Hello, welcome to the third day of EXTHEREAL. If you're joining in for the first time today, my name is Olesja Hännikainen.
And my name is Krista Jäntti.
And I'm Joe Orengo.
And we are the founders of EXTHEREAL. EXTHEREAL is a conference that brings together fashion, immersive technologies, NFTs, and so many other themes around the future of fashion. Very exciting. So don't worry, if you're joining only now, if you're registered properly on our website, you're gonna get recordings to all of the sessions. Yesterday we talked about AR filters, we talked about, what else did we have? Interesting themes.
AI-driven design.
Avatars.
Yeah.
And today we're going to be focusing a little bit more on 3D couture. There's also going to be a keynote with an academic perspective, and also the highlight of the conference, we are going to have a fashion show, a virtual fashion show.
And to add on that, even our Finnish national TV broadcasting company is going to broadcast the fashion show.
Right, so if you have any comments or questions for the EXTHEREAL team or any of our speakers, please send us an email at info@extherial.com. And also quick plug, my company Spatialite, one of the co-founders of EXTHEREAL, is conducting a survey on future technologies uses related to the metaverse. Fill it out and you can have a chance to get some NFTs, some random NFTs, fashion related or otherwise. Visit spatial8.com/survey. Now back to the show.
Back to the show. So, if you have questions to speakers, info@extherial.com. Remember to be registered to get the recordings, and remember to tune in for the fashion show. But we need to move on with the agenda. We're starting off our very first keynote. Our very first speaker is Alexis Arragon. He's the managing director of Skinvaders as well as CEO of Stylé. He's going to be talking about bridging the gap between fashion brands and virtual worlds. He's joining us from France, I think, to our Helsinki studio. Alexis, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, Olesja. I'm here. Thank you for having me today. And actually I'm joining from Paris. It's 11 a.m. And it's a bit gray, but nice weather, winter weather.
Start of your keynote.
Thank you very much. So it's really my pleasure today to be talking about a topic that is very dear to me, which is bridging the gap between two huge industries, the fashion brands and the virtual worlds. So it's been the core of my message since 2019, when I started looking into digital fashion, and at that time I created this small digital fashion startup called Stylé. For me, it's important to acknowledge that the fashion brands on one side and the games or the virtual worlds or the metaverse, if we want to bring on that word already in the discussion, are two very different worlds. Each of them equally important with their own strengths and their own weaknesses that need to be reconciled. And what we're doing in digital fashion with many other companies, with many other initiatives, many other pioneers of that field, is really to create, I believe, something that is very new in the middle of what is a fashion brand today and what are the virtual worlds today. So we're really trying to invent something new, and we're really trying to take the best of those two different worlds to create the future. So first, before getting into more specific, let me give you a quick recap on how I got personally to that point. So in 1997, I was finishing my high school studies and I was about to enter universities. And I must say that as a teenage boy, I really played a lot of video games, up to the point where instead of just playing games, I wanted to design them. And so that's why I picked the studies I did for this very purpose. And the reason for that is quite simple, because for me at that time, those games, they created amazing experiences to be part of. And you felt the thrill of being immersed into something that was very different than the movies, the books, the television, than any other entertainment medium that existed at that time. And so that's the very reason why I picked that field to study and to be part of as a professional. And remember that we're talking about really crude graphics at that time. The immersion of the game is mostly due to the storytelling and not the sheer realism of what you see on screen. And I won't even mention the fashion element of the characters. We're talking about Solid Snake stealth suit that you see on screen here, or Lara Croft stereotyped shorts and tank tops. You know, there is no fashion element in there. But it works. I mean, you know, games are slowly becoming a new media, a very successful industry, although still a bit nascent at that time, bringing on a dedicated large audience that is going to be and get larger and larger. And actually, since then, the games industry has become a very successful industry. It's worth around today $200 billion every year, and it's growing steadily over the past years, thanks in part to the pandemic, which gave a huge boost to this industry. And it's even estimated to grow another 30% within the next 3 years. It's amazing. It's really unparalleled with any other industry out there. In the world today, there are 3 billion players, which is, you know, by itself a huge number that you can compare to 4 billion people on social media. And the average player is not the stereotype of a nerdy, introvert teenager anymore. That's more of a 30-year-old person who might have kids, who might own the house. So, you know, it's not what we used to think it is. And on top of that, the gaming culture has moved into the mainstream, thanks to collabs with a lot of brands, actually, thanks to esports, which has become huge in its own as well, and thanks to support for creative industries around the globe. In France, in Canada, and in other countries, games are considered part of, you know, the culture heritage, and so game companies can be supported for that. So now coming back to the other big industry, and again, as you see, I'm not part of the fashion industry, but in 2019, as I've spent more than 10 years in the 3D industry, I've worked on games, I've worked on technology for games, I've worked on game technology for other industries, I've worked on digital humans. And at that time, in 2019, the startup movement has taken over the world. And although I'm not working with 3D anymore, I'm into startups, and I randomly hear about an unusual presentation at the Web Summit. And so for those who don't know, the Web Summit is that huge startup conference in Europe where many tech companies get on stage and talk about technology and founding and raising money and growing and scaling their startup. And here is Daniel Grieder, who was then the CEO of Tommy Hilfiger and PVH Europe, on stage, on the main stage, talking about the future of fashion and technology with a Vogue journalist. So here is a fashion brand, a quite renowned fashion brand, talking about the use of 3D, how they are using 3D with Vogue at a startup conference. So, you know, it's quite unusual, right? And it was hard for me not to pay attention to that. And so what Mr. Grieder went on to detail is that, you know, here is the value chain of a fashion brand. And he explained how Tommy Hilfiger was using 3D at the design, merchandising, and selling stages of that value chain. And I came to realize that, you know, as other industries that went on to that path already, the fashion brands would eventually digitize their design and manufacturing process. And ultimately, they will own digital twins for every product that they make. And so, you know, I couldn't help to think that this was going to be big, because if one brand was talking about it publicly, then probably other brands were already trying to do it internally and not talking about it. And it would end up, you know, big not only for the brands themselves, because the steps here would ultimately revolutionize their design and production processes, but also for their consumers. And it was quite simple to see why, because on the consumer side, at the same time, popular games were selling skins, so visual customizations of, you know, the players' avatars for no other purpose than being cool, looking good, showing off, changing your identity on the fly. And the skins that, you know, that were made of, they were using popular franchises of movies, games, as you see on screen, the Marvel, Star Wars, you know, the popular movies of the 90s, etc. And, you know, those franchises were about entertainment. But the fashion brands, they were not there. And it was surprising because, you know, skins, dressing up your character, you know, we would have thought it's an easy thing for the brands, but they were not there. So it was easy for me, at least, to have the intuition that the two will ultimately connect together at some point. So it was still difficult to reconcile the Tommy Hilfiger initiative, very much tied to their core business decisions about production, about, you know, ultimately, would it make more sense, economically speaking, to virtually sample the goods before actually producing them? And so reconcile that with a consumption trend that was happening much more further down the chain at the consumer's level. But it created opportunities to bring the two together. And so that's the rationale, you know, bridging the gap between the brands and the virtual. That gap that exists right now is very obvious, as the current brand's value chain is non-virtual and focused on production of physical goods, while the game publishers and the virtual platforms out there, they cater to consumer needs for entertainment and novel experiences. So where do we start? Well, you know, in a concrete manner, one thing that can be done to bring closer those two giant industries is realizing that right now there's a growing number of platforms with millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of players that are engaged every day online, that are competing, creating, socializing, purchasing content. And those platforms, they thrive on content. And even if games contribute to a great extent to that list, 3D technology is so mature and pervasive in today's entertainment media that we're seeing newcomers platforms from that list, like avatar platforms from MetaHuman to Genies to Ready Player Me, AR and VR platforms like Altspace VR, VR Chat, etc., and Snapchat and Instagram for AR, 3D as well, and even NFTs could be part of that list because they create, all those platforms create a mesh of interconnected opportunities for the creation of interactive content. And so where does fashion brand fit in there? Well, as brands sell their products using storytelling, consumers relate to them through their projected identity and self-expression. And so in the virtual worlds, the same mechanisms are at work when I choose the appearance of my character. it's only natural that players are looking for the brands they identify with to be present in the virtual. And so, for example, a new zoo study that was commissioned by Skinvaders is showing that 2 gamers out of 3 would purchase branded skins over non-branded items. And the meaningful collaboration that has been made between the brands and the games are remembered more easily because they create an experience for the players that is worth remembering. So here is an example of 2 brands that are part of our portfolio of clients for which we've digitized some collections and distributed them in virtual worlds. And in this case, Zepedo, the very large social network / game from South Korea. And you can see the players' reaction. So it's only natural for players to get for their avatar brands gear they would purchase themselves. Virtual is a natural extension of their real life. And so naturally, virtual can become an extension of regular marketing campaigns for the brands, where on top of advertising on Instagram, TikTok, they can also tap into the game audience to share their message. And that's what we're seeing. As activations become more frequent in virtual spaces, we will see more and more 3D content used for marketing efforts. We've even started to see ad campaigns using virtual models like Shudu, and why not having meta-humans, for example, being featured more frequently in the future? And I believe this will happen. So that was Shudu and other models from the digitals being used for Balmain Army. And this is Cookie, a famous virtual persona, whom we dressed in Chloé Fusart capsule collection. Of course, this is going to create a dilemma. With all the platforms available with different technical requirements, how can one brand, which does not specialize in 3D content, address all those opportunities simultaneously? And this has been the core focus of Skinvaders, a single partner to create and distribute branded content in the multiple virtual worlds in a scalable way. Using Skinvaders as an intermediary creates real value, as dealing with IP rights with different platforms can be really time consuming. So we, Skinvaders, take care of all of that, and we always keep scouting for next opportunities that our clients could benefit from. We're always presenting our portfolio of brands here and there to look for the newcomers platforms and the new opportunities in games and other virtual spaces that would benefit to the brand's message. And we call that the one-to-many approach. One partner, many opportunities that can be addressed at once using Skinvaders technology. So, beyond all the platforms and the virtual worlds we have been talking about, there is another elephant in the room, the metaverse. And while there is no consensus on what the metaverse is going to look like, it for sure is taking a lot from the largest online social games out there, where players engage in different activities through a single application. Sorry. Those activities cover a wide scope of social encounters that, as our world is becoming more and more digital, can be fulfilled online. And free from the constraints of the physical realm, the metaverse becomes the experience platform of choice. And this is very important to consider, as the economic value of an experience will always be greater than the one of a product. So building a relevant branded virtual experience is becoming the natural extension of the retail or the e-commerce experience. As an example, in the South Korean social game Zepeto, Gucci has successively launched capsule collections, digital-only items, and created a branded environment, a villa, where players could meet, try the latest outfits, and engage in social activities, just like in one of the brand's flagship stores. And more recently, we've seen more brands taking the same path, with Vans announcing Vans World in Roblox and Nike announcing Nikeland on Roblox in the last week. This is a trend that will keep on growing, as beyond just the content, the brand experience is going to be key in the metaverse on those virtual platforms. So ultimately, those opportunities will be managed by the brand itself, integrating the metaverse as one of the distribution channels of their product, and the extension of their product being the brand experiences in the metaverse. And in order to make the most relevant decisions, the metaverse will become a part of the brand strategy. As pioneers of digital fashion space and using our knowledge of the fashion industry, Skinvaders is acting today as a guide and an advisor for the brand, for the many opportunities offered by the virtual. And whether our clients are looking to explore this new space to create additional revenue from the selling of virtual items or reach out to the wide audience of gamers, Skinvaders is helping them to make the right decision. And so I really believe that we will see more and more chief metaverse officers at the brands in the future. And in the meantime, we will stay there to help them understand this new space. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much, EXTHEREAL, for having me today.
Thank you for the presentation. As you said, we live interesting times, and also what you said, it's amazing how fast everything has happened. Like, it's almost taken by storm that the metaverse thing is growing, and there's I don't know how many million, 43 million daily users in Roblox. When I say these numbers, people are like, what is Roblox? So there is a whole bunch of things happening in metaverse, and then there is a whole bunch of people who haven't even heard about it. So we need really people like you to put things together and tell like how the brand can engage people in the metaverse.
Alexis, I have a question to you. When we talk about different skins or the presence in metaverse, how can it be done in a subtle way that, you know, that it doesn't feel like constant advertising or opportunity trying to sell something? What are your and Skinvaders kind of tips to make the experience that it's, you know, that it's not so, how to say, obvious or straightforward? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question. I think, you know, we're talking about a new space where players are very conscious of what's marketing plug and what is, you know, relevant content in the game or in the platforms that they experience on a daily basis. So we cannot say, as you know, an advisor to brands, we cannot advise for being in every game out there, because it wouldn't make sense. So it's only by taking a step back and understanding what is the brand strategy for the metaverse that we will be able to pick the right platforms, the right distributors for the brand, and creating content that is going to be aesthetically relevant to the game, that's for sure, but also that is going to make sense for the players. So in some cases, you know, it wouldn't be worth digitizing the existing collection of a brand to be featured in a very specific game that has a very strong universe, for example. So we would advise the brand to create maybe a specific digital-only collection just for that game, so that it fits into the larger context of the game IP, and that's very important.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. This opens up a much better understanding. Then a follow-up question to that. So people talked about, let's roll back in time 5 years ago or something like this. Everybody is talking about digitalization, and how digital or anything that type related needs to be part of a corporate strategy or a business strategy. And there was this distinction: you have your core business or whatever strategy related to your products, but then you need to become more digital, and then we come to a natural evolution how digital is inevitably part of your corporate or product strategy. Same is probably going to happen with a metaverse strategy. People are talking about at this moment how might we potentially be present in the metaverse. And at some point is going to be how is metaverse included in our strategy, right? And at some point companies are going to say, well, we need to have a metaverse first strategy, right? And everything. So there might be for some companies this type of a potential business model change or strategic change. When do you think is realistic that this might actually happen? Or do you think it's going to come from few startups that are disrupting and doing their own way? Or is it going to be that some large companies are going to start doing this first, that we're going to have a metaverse strategy?
This is actually very interesting to analyze and to observe, because as you said, and as I hope that I showed you, right now the way that our brands are working is very disconnected from what's happening in the metaverse, and that's that's normal, because that's not how their business model works. It's not their business model is tied to the production of a physical product. So in a way, it's very difficult for them to, from one day to another, to completely change that and become a metaverse first company. So I think what's important to recognize is that there is a will to to adapt and to integrate the digital, the metaverse as part of the brand strategy, and that's why right now we're seeing more and more activation of marketing campaigns into the virtual worlds, into the metaverse, and we will keep seeing more and more of that. And as this progresses, it's only natural that as a brand invest more and more time and efforts in addressing the metaverse audience, that they integrate it as as a strong part of their strategy, even maybe at some point to become a metaverse first company. And in the meantime, we will see other players, other like pure players or digital native players, new brands, new type of brands like Artifact, for example, that are really going to take that stance from day one, because that's how they've built their company and their business. And those companies, they will take the first strides, they will show the path. And it's only beneficial for the other ones to also observe what's going on in the metaverse native startups or brands, to understand what's possible. But I believe that we cannot say, oh, but it will only the metaverse only companies are going to win in the end, because I don't think that's what's going to happen. We will see a mix of the two. We will see new opportunities. We have yet to see a real relevant digital and physical brand yet. So it's very exciting for me to keep on seeing what's going to happen, and to talk to all those people and realize what are going to be the next moves here and there in the future.
Awesome, thank you. Krista, do you have any more questions?
The time is almost up, but if I'll try to summarize that just don't take your product as it is and put that into metaverse and think people will engage with your brand. You have to know your audience also in the metaverse. Like Alexis said, Roblox is different audience than, for example, sandbox audiences. So you have to know the community and how the community plays in that particular metaverse.
Yep. And then what brings the value for this particular demographic or target group in a particular application? Exactly. Thank you so much, Alexis, for joining us. Have a very nice the rest of the day in Paris. We're sending greetings over to you, and we have to continue with our program. Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Valentin Karabanov. Valentin is a fashion designer moving from physical fashion design into digital fashion design. So it's really interesting to hear his perspective on digital fashion or the future of fashion, since he has experience in both. Valentin is a founder of Valentins Studio, operating in the intersection of fashion design. And his keynote is going to be Dress Digital to Save Physical. Very interesting point of view. Valentin, can you hear us?
Yes, of course.
Great.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to EXTHEREAL. The floor is yours. Please start.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this great introduction. So hello everyone. I'm happy to be here and to take part in this unique conference. Thank EXTHEREAL. My name is Valentin Karabanov. I'm a digital fashion designer, educator, and 3D enthusiast. I'm also the founder of Valentins Studio, which is a digital fashion brand and also a digital fashion marketplace. First of all, the first part of my presentation will be dedicated to sustainability and the sustainability problem. Then the second part will be dedicated to digital fashion as a potential solution to this problem. So I will try to determine the future of digital fashion in emerging metaverse. As you know, sustainability is a very big and super important issue and global problem today. This problem should worry each of us, and the way we approach this problem will define our future existence on this planet. The name of my presentation, Dress Digital to Save Physical. Does it make any sense? In this talk, I will try to explain and to initiate the change of still widely perceived opinion about digital fashion as something useless and pointless to something that has a value and also can make massive contribution to sustainability. Okay. Next slide, sorry. Yeah. Some facts about fashion industry. It's well known that the fashion industry is positioned on a second place after oil and gas as a contributor to global pollution, and is responsible for 10% of carbon emissions globally. Fashion industry is also responsible for 20% of industrial water pollution. It requires up to 10,000 liters of water in order to produce just one pair of jeans. So, theoretically, these devastating facts should arise a state of emergency, prompting us to change our mind and also our attitude towards this problem, to provoke the rise of awareness and significant change in our behavior. But the reality is completely different. On the personal level, the majority of people do not refer to this problem at all and prefer not to change their attitude and lifestyle. You know, Black Friday is still a very popular global event. I guess much more popular than any other global event related to climate change. Okay, for example, as you see on your screens, annual United Nations Climate Change Conference, known as COP Conference. The picture of this slide is from COP21, known also as Paris Climate Accords, adopted in 2015 by 196 countries in Paris and signed in April 2016. The goal was to limit the global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius by reducing carbon emissions in all industrial sectors, including fashion. The last climate change conference was just a few weeks ago, COP26. It took place in Glasgow. The goal was the same goal, to keep 1.5 degrees alive. Okay. Meanwhile, in Paris, almost at the same time, Arc de Triomphe was wrapped in 25,000 square meters of fabric for a period of just 16 days. Actually, it's funny, when I started to see the first images and selfies running on social media, honestly, I was pretty sure that it's an augmented reality filter. The metaverse is here. Hallelujah, it was so fast, I thought to myself, but very fast I discovered that the truth behind this piece of art, it was a tribute to artists, Christo and Jenny Claude. They were a married couple, both of them passed away. They were known by their large-scale environmental art of the same kind. I'm not sure about their in-life projects, but this project wasn't made from a regular fabric, but from a recyclable one. So I wonder, is everything that we label as recyclable or organic or ethical automatically makes it more sustainable? Okay, I would like to believe so, but the answer is not exactly, simply because recycling, for example, is a process that also requires a lot of energy for production of new materials, then a production of new product, packaging, delivery, and so on. Overconsumption and growing demand of physical fashion, that's the biggest sustainability problem. But there is a lot of people globally that do not agree with that. According to some data that I found, 45% of US citizens do not believe that humans are responsible for the climate change. On the other side of this scale, located a bunch of activists like Greta Thunberg and Prince Charles, who state that we should act without any delay because time is running out. They consider climate change as a real threat to our existence on this planet. Okay. So why actually so many people tend to disregard climate change issue? It's a complex problem, that's right, but the core of this problem is awareness. Yes, a lot of people already know some facts about global warming. The awareness is rising, yes, but I can also understand those people that cannot make a link between their consumption behavior and some natural disaster that may happen in, 1,000 miles away from their home or their shopping mall, if you wish. Okay, now you can see an example. Exactly the same product was advertised, packaged, and sold 3 decades ago, and how it's sold today. Actually, the facts about the potential and irreversible health damage of smoking were known very well, but the desire to be identified with a cool, good-looking, masculine guy was sometimes stronger. By the way, this guy on the picture, known also as a Marlboro Man, eventually died from the smoking-related disease. Here's another guy. His name is Andrei Sakharov. He, well known as human rights activist against Soviet regime, and also he was he got a Nobel Prize in a peace category. But maybe not many know that he started as a nuclear. Compared to the Marlboro Man, this man is a very good example of how it's possible to make a conscious change and to upgrade our vision to the higher level of awareness. His famous quote, "You cannot sit on 2 chairs at once." So I'll maybe try to paraphrase this quote. I would say, we can't continue to consume physical fashion at the same level and also care about climate change at the same time. Okay, every problem has a creative solution, said fashion designer Donna Karan. I totally agree with that statement, but it seems that the fashion industry players do not hurry up to change their commercial models in terms of final product. They see a physical product as a major target of their revenue stream. Even there are some very successful stories of technology implementations like 3D, digital twins, AR, and so on. All those use cases are mostly utilized for advertising and process optimization purposes rather than purely digital product creation. I'm longing for this day when fashion brands will start creating purely digital fashion collections, expecting also to make money from it. Okay, a little bit of theoretical psychology. You know, finally I have an opportunity to implement what I learned in my BA studies of psychology. For this purpose, I would bet on US psychologist Abraham Maslow, well known, and his psychological model, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or Maslow's pyramid, which published in the middle of the previous century, but it's still very popular. The idea is simple. We have 5 categories of needs, from the basic psychological up to most complex and abstract as self-actualization needs. We cannot move on from one category of needs to another if lower level doesn't fulfill. For example, I wouldn't care about my self-esteem issues if I didn't sleep last night or if I'm hungry. So according to this model, clothing positioned together with other essentials like water and food, but this is no longer the case. I guess that at least 90% of clothing positioned in higher categories providing today's social self-esteem and self-actualization needs, then maybe 10% responsible for the temperature control. So if I sum it, I can say that digital fashion has the potential to take over the physical one, assimilating into its account all higher categories. Okay, and we are getting closer to solution. It was about the problems, but now we are getting closer to solution. Everybody are excited now about the metaverse, what it will be and how it will look like and what shape it will take. Will VR will be dominated or AR, or maybe it will be a mix of both. One thing is clear, fashion will be a key part of it, simply because we can go naked there, to the metaverse, I mean. And in the physical world, as we say, the sky is the limit. In the metaverse, there is no such a limit at all. If physical world has limited territory, limited natural resources, and also limited time to stop global warming, in the metaverse, there is no limits like this. Some people consider the metaverse as a kind of escapism from the real problems. I wouldn't agree. I think that the metaverse boom came just in time. Metaverse is an incredible opportunity to express our creativity and to fulfill our ambitions without creating so much harm to the physical environment. Okay, and now I'd like to share with you a digital fashion collection, Butterfly Effect. This collection I presented recently at the Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in Moscow. This Fashion Week is the biggest fashion event in the Eastern Europe. It was my third time actually that I presented digital fashion collection there. But this time it was different. This time collection presented fully in augmented reality and now is available to try on Snapchat. The idea to show the entire collection in AR initiated from my collaboration with the UK startup Nitel from Cambridge. We worked together to create an AR interactive filter which later evolved to a collection of 10 digital items. One of the filters have been also featured on Lenslist as one of the coolest filters in October. So, what about to see the video now? Can we play it?
Just wanna watch them stars fall. With you, don't wanna try to make up dreams just to be seen. I wanna lay here beside you, oh quiet. Fire breath and open sky. It's not what we know, it's where we go. I grow wings and tell her goodbye. Oh, it's not what we see, it's what we choose to be. Sunflowers, high grass and bare feet. Each second is a treat. I keep my balance next to you. It's true. Nowadays there's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Fire breath and open sky. It's not what we know, it's where we go. I grow wings and tell her goodbye. It's not what we see, it's what we choose to be. We're beyond good. I've never been so ready. Fire breath and open sky. It's not what we know, it's where we go. I grow wings and tell her goodbye. Oh, it's not what we see, it's what we choose to be. Fire breath and open sky. It's not what we know, it's where we go. I grow wings and tell her goodbye. It's not what we see, it's what we choose to be.
Okay. And now about the meta fashion. The world is still excited about Mark Zuckerberg's announcement. When he presented a rebranded Facebook, he said, "You're gonna have a wardrobe of virtual closets for different occasions." Sounds as a great plan, isn't it? But people would say, why we need it? We already have one, the physical one. But I think the digital one will have a lot of advantages. First of all, transferring your physical wardrobe to the metaverse as is will be highly beneficial only because we will suddenly get a lot of extra space in our apartment. But in addition to that, I think that metaverse gives us unusual opportunity to redefine what we mean by fashion and fashion design. So, looking ahead, I will try to imagine what the meta fashion will be. I'll give my try a little bit beyond, or in the spirit of the day, a little bit meta physical fashion principles. Meta fashion principles, 7 in total. Here we go. Okay, the principle number 1, meta fashion will be gravity free. Simple as that. You know, having 30 years of experience in the fashion industry, I know how it sometimes can be frustrating to create fashion in the physical world. It's such a liberating feeling now. Finally, I can fly and release my fantasy as in a dream. In this video, you can see heartbeat dress from my previous collection, named Invisible Color, that I created with the Scottish artist Patrick Canning. I met him on LinkedIn and fell in love with his paintings. I asked him what he thinks about to create a digital fashion collection with me. He sent me some of his works in digital format and I applied them on my 3D fashion designs. Okay, principle number 2, meta fashion will be transformable and dynamic. Fashion items will be programmed to change their shapes and also volume in dynamic manner according to some external factors, physical or digital. This video is one of my early works. I created it almost 3 years ago. Principle number 3, meta fashion will be reactive and interactive. That's one of the butterfly effects that we already saw in fashion show for my collaboration with Mikael that I already mentioned. We created the filter that dressed by a simple word command. Augmented reality fashion opened for us incredible Pandora box when fashion piece can interact with us like never before. So now you can already talk to your dress and dress will do what you ask. So one day fashion will be also intelligent enough to respond in much more complex way. Okay, principle number 4, meta fashion will be tradable and exchangeable. As blockchain and crypto will evolve, it will allow more robust integration of fashion items into the metaverse ecosystem. It's already happens. People already buy, sell, also exchange into digital fashion as NFTs. Actually, I'm not in this space yet, still, taking my time, making some research. I'm sure that the right opportunity will come. I really love the idea of NFT, mainly because of transparency and collaborative ownership options. It's priceless. On the other hand, NFT kind pushed me back when I discovered that the minting process is not so sustainable and it requires a lot of energy, but I believe this problem will be resolved. Principle number 5. Meta fashion will be collaborative and decentralized. Imagine that one fashion item can be created by 5 different artists. One will make a pattern, another a texture, third will make lights and animation, another will make sounds and music, and somebody will put it into environment. Then the ownership will be distributed between the all parties in the way that they agree. Principle number 6. Meta fashion will be self-productive and digitally recyclable. We already have AR and VR fashion. Here I'm talking about AI fashion. In this principle, AI algorithms will implement data collected if it's data about the user preferences or some external information, for example, new lighting condition in a new digital or physical environment, so the digital garment texture and shaders will be updated in the much complementing ways. Okay, we are getting closer to the end of my presentation. And principle number 7, meta fashion will be sustainable. So it has to be sustainable. Yeah. And so dress digital to save physical. So now, after this presentation, I hope that you are more convinced now, and this statement makes more sense to you. Okay, you can see where you can find me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Snapchat. You can try on all the filters that you saw in the show. Thank you very much.
Valentin, thank you so much for your presentation and thank you for joining. I would like to remind all of the audience watching that Valentin's dress is available in our virtual showroom on Alspace VR. So please go to our website and go to showroom tab and find the instructions how to download Alspace VR. go and see it. It's located in an environment called Stratosphere. So there's 3 different environments and you have to navigate to find it, but it's so worth it. It's absolutely amazing. Do we have questions do we have any questions online for Valentin?
Well, I at least have one question. It looks like you get your inspiration from nature with the butterflies and that kind of. Can you tell a little bit your source of inspirations?
Yeah, you actually were able to see that my designs. I really take my inspiration from nature. And I would say why I named this collection Butterfly Effects. I believe that you know that butterfly effects in a chaos theory, there is kind of idea that even small thing can cause in the chain of
chain
cause
reaction.
and effect chain. It can create some effect, in very distance place. And so why I call it butterfly effect? So we should care about our behavior. I mean, if we do something, if we buy another clothes, if we consume more. So please don't say that it has no any effects, and it has a big effect. In total, it can make a huge effect. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We have actually one more question to you. People are asking, how does one become a digital fashion designer? What software do you use? How long did it take you to learn it? Or do you combine several? What is kind of your workflow?
I would say, as everything, it's kind of a process. As I mentioned in my presentation, my background from the regular fashion, and I worked as a pattern maker and product developer with a lot of designers. And I also have a background in browser, 3D simulation software company. So I actually exposed to 3D from 2004, and I actually fall in love in this solution. But at some stage, I really discovered that I started designing my own designs, and I saw how much freedom I have, in this process. So it's unlimited possibilities. I can do so many things. And the biggest advantage of this way to design clothes is that I see, everything I can see on the screen. I never have a sketch. I don't even have a sketch. It's a kind of journey, I'm starting designing, and I never know what will be at the end. So it's just an adventure. Yeah, that's the way I will define, digital fashion design. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Valentin, for joining. Others, please visit Valentin's website, follow him on social media, visit the showroom to see his dress. And next, we're going to a panel discussion. We already had one panel discussion on Monday. That was a virtual one. This time, we're going to have a panel discussion live here in this studio. So we would like to invite onto the floor Managing Director of Finnish Textile and Fashion, Marja-Liisa Niinikoski, and Finnish Fashion Textile and Fashion are one of our main sponsors and partners for this event. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Olesya. Great to be part of this great digital fashion event, one of the biggest in the Nordics now. So really happy to be here. At the same time, I want to invite the panelists with whom we discuss today's topic. So the whole conference is about digital fashion, but at the same time, I think that the digitalization goes also for the fashion industry. And in this panel discussion, we discuss how to digitalize the traditional fashion industry. Actually, the fashion industry is going through a significant transition. In addition to sustainability, digitalization has a significant impact on the renewal of industry, its products, production, distribution, and business models as well. In this panel discussion, we focus on how digitalization affects fashion design and how brands can scale their apparel practices. According to the latest McKinsey report on fashion industry, digitalization has a stronger impact on the fashion industry than sustainability. Due to the various simultaneous changes going on in this field, we speak about systemic change or transformation in the fashion industry. When we speak about digital fashion, we mostly speak of two main topics: digital apparel and the digitalization of the traditional fashion industry. The first topic comes from the PR and communication side, where the focus is merely on digital clothes and how they can be used for marketing and social media purposes. The other angle lies in the digitalization of the traditional fashion industry, where the focus is on database enterprise resource planning, digital marketing and commerce, and digital designing and its scaling. In this panel, we discuss the latter perspective, how to digitalize the traditional fashion industry. As introduced, my name is Marja-Liisa Niinikoski. I'm the Managing Director of the Finnish Textile Fashion. Happy to be here with you, and I will guide your way through this panel discussion. We have three distinct speakers in our panel. Two of our panelists represent fashion and outdoor design. Here on my left-hand side is Elina Lappalainen, women's leader designer from Makia clothing. And Laura Roman is there on the far left, head of operations and sustainability from Halti. And Anne-Christine Polet, head of Stitch and Hatch, which works for fashion tech, and they develop 3D tools for the fashion industry. Their tools enable this digital transformation in a scalable way in fashion design. Warmly welcome.
Thank you.
Laura, you are the head of operation and sustainability at Halti. Halti is a well-known outdoor brand in the Nordics. How do you face digitalization in your own work? What does it mean in your daily work practices?
Yes, we at Halti have adopted 3D design already 4 years ago, and currently we are designing our whole apparel collection in 3D. So all our clothes are designed in 3D. And we use those 3D designs for virtual fittings before our physical proto samples are made. We use them for internal design review meetings, for our digital catalogs, for our sales, while reducing the amount of physical samples, as well as in our online channels.
Thanks. And then Elina, you are the women's lead designer for Makia clothing. You bring a simple and functional streetwear to the market, and you represent Nordic contemporary clothing under your brand. Your brand is also well known for its special collaborations. Based on what Laura just said, could you please elaborate whether your digital work practices are similar or different from hers?
Well, I could say that we are just starting our digital journey, so I hope someday they are the same or at least similar, but we're just starting and I want to start exploring the options, and hopefully in the near future we will take the first step towards digitalization in our company.
So this will represent the current status, I think, that what's going in the industry. And Anne-Christine, you lead the startups called Hatch and Stitch. Stitch offers SaaS products, and they are changing the way fashion works. And your products can transfer brands to allow them to scale 3D design practices. How do you see other brands ready to transform their business toward digital processes? And what is the characteristics for the forerunners currently? Are they ready? What the forerunners do?
Good question. I hope they are. Well, it's actually, I think 3D design and digital design it's not necessarily a new topic to the industry. And I think a lot of the sports giants, they've been at this for a long time. I think the big change that we've seen is actually the last 2 years with COVID. Because of the unpredictability of the supply chain, the fact that we couldn't travel, factories might have been closed. A lot of brands have realized that if we don't have digital practices, and if you don't actually start from 3D, the supply chain as we know it is not, you can't necessarily lean on it anymore. And so I think a lot of brands, what I'm seeing around me right now is a lot of brands are becoming really serious about 3D, and they're really seeing that this could be a way to sustain themselves for a more unpredictable future, but it's also a way for more sustainable design and development practices to come in. So in terms of characteristics, I think there's a huge willingness. And the brands that are doing it right are the brands that potentially have like passionate early adopters in the organization. Someone like you that can really like light the fire and can bring others on board. I think it's also brands that have a mandate to become more sustainable, and that realize that in order on that path to sustainability, waste reduction is obviously a really big one. You do need to look at your design development and even sales practices to see where can I already eliminate waste, and leveraging technology and especially 3D design practices in that early stage of the value chain is a really big step to more sustainable design and development practices as well.
So have you recognized probably what are the main obstacles for this transformation based on your knowledge and experiences?
Absolutely, and you actually say it already, transformation. Transformation means change, and I think we all know as humans, the one thing we don't like is when change happens to you. Whenever you're faced with something like that, you go through this crazy emotional roller coaster. And it's actually scientifically proven. It's called the Kubler-Ross change curve. Whenever we're confronted with this kind of change, we go from, first of all, denial all the way to desperation as you kind of get used to this change. And so the biggest obstacle is actually getting the humans along. And you do that by upskilling the teams, bringing in new knowledge, but you also have to do it in a way that you have to create time for learning. You have to create room for testing and trial and error. And in a lot of companies, and especially a lot of fashion companies these days, time is a luxury. And so there isn't that much time to really practice. And so that is probably, I think, actually the most foundational hurdle that a lot of companies are facing these days.
Okay, Laura, in your company, how have you developed your own capabilities and competencies to face this digital transformation? What you have done?
I would say firstly we have an amazing team who's been ready to relearn and learn and fail and try again and just enjoy the ride. It hasn't been easy at all, but everybody is so committed and they really believe in it, and they just want to do it, and every time there's something new we can try, we just try it. Many times it doesn't work out, but we just give it a go and keep going bit by bit, I would say.
So Elina, in your company, how do you see how you should develop your capabilities and start to digitalize this part of the value chain?
Well, first we have to make the decision to get on board with it, because if you don't make that decision, it easily drops through the floors and you just fail at it and you don't try. And as you can hear from everybody, it's trying, developing, trying again, failing a lot of times. So it's a decision, and from that on you can start squeezing your time into it.
Yeah. Laura, do you have any idea that how much you have invested in this transformation in terms of competence development and digital tools? So how ready you have to be to make the investments, both in human knowledge as well as the tools?
Human-wise, I think you just need to be ready to try, because that's where it starts. You just need to get it going and then start trying. There is very little, or the education in this is in the early stages still, and so many of our in-house designers didn't have the chance to learn this in school, so they need to learn while they're doing it. And of course, it's really important to have the commitment from the top management to have the necessary funding, and this is actually a really important point, because many of the smaller companies and SMEs are really tight on resource-wise, both on the human and the finance side, and they really need to have like creative ways to overcome these, and it's really important to have that strong drive behind to wanting to make that change and having a vision of where you want to go with those commitments.
Indeed, and when we think also from the point of view of existing workforce, since digitalization is going in overall in our society, and there are lots of businesses which require that kind of skills, how do you see, is it easy to get competent people for your digitalization and this transformation? How does it look like?
Well, for us, I would say the situation is better now. We have two universities here in Finland that have this education, and currently we have in the team people who have been first as interns in the company and now working full time. So it's that's a very good thing. But the education is not enough. You just need to keep up those talents, and since everything is changing so fast, new things are happening every day. So you need to keep up your competences even afterwards. So it's the internal discussion and internal education between our designers is also really important, so that they learn from each other as well.
Yeah, and Kristen, so what are your hints and tips for brands which are at the early stage of digitalization? So what should they do first?
I think it all comes down to don't choose technology for technology's sake, but start to do it with a purpose and start to do it with the aim to improve something in your business or to solve a problem in your business. And in the case of 3D, it could be wanting to reduce physical prototypes or wanting to make better decisions. But whatever it is, make sure that you have a guidance on what you would like to improve. And then think about what you want to achieve on the long term. So think big, but actually at the same time, start really small. A big problem that brands take is this idea of boiling the ocean. And a lot of times I hear things like, we can't do 3D yet because we haven't connected all our systems together in one big like architectural masterpiece. That shouldn't be the barrier. It should really be, what is the lowest complexity product or product category that you have in your organization, be it like t-shirts or whatever, carryover styles, something with a fixed block. How can you start to digitize that? And if you have one category when you can do the entire process in 3D, then how do you take those learnings and start duplicating it and start tackling increasingly more complex categories? And that's kind of how you work your way through it. So really break it down in small, tangible things, because this allows you to get wins. And because of the transformation aspect, so the change element that comes from starting to embrace 3D design, having smaller wins on a more regular pace keeps the motivation. And that's what you want, because if you try to do it too big and it's like one big bang that in 3 years' time you need to like be there, halfway through everyone's like, oh, so tired of all of this. And that's the last thing that you really want. So think big, but start small and make it really tangible. And another thing that I also hear from your story is this combination of top-down support and encouragement, but bottom-up focus. So it needs to be designer-focused, PD-focused. You need the creator teams need to be there, and they need to start seeing the value. And at the same time, when things get hard and difficult, then top management can come in and be that encouraging voice to say, keep going, we've got this, we know where we want to go. So I think that, in a nutshell, those are some of the probably the hardest things to do, but really definitely the most important things to be successful.
So Elina, if you think of your own competence development as a designer, how do you see what would be the most practical way to do that? So what would you kind of encourage for yourself to learn more, or somebody else to do that? So what would be your hints and tips to learn new tools?
Be open to it. Just, because life is a lifelong learning point, but just start seeing things like differently. Start listening For example, suddenly I felt like universe brought you to me, you know, and then you start seeing things and things just start to make sense, and you have the drive to start to take that like challenge. And I believe that if you are willing to do something or willing to change something, it'll happen and you will find the perfect YouTube video for that. Or it's just, you know, just take small steps. You don't have to learn everything like during the night or anything. So
this
that would be weird.
Yeah, this quite a lot reflects what you and Christine said, that start by experimenting, take people with, and then also give the support from the top management that people really can make their own way of working. So support people, at the same time make your own investments into competence development as well as into tools. So, and Kristen, if you want to name some brands which are forerunners in this digital transformation, in your opinion, who they are? Will you do some name dropping?
Well, I have to say, I always look up to, I said in the beginning, to the sports giants. So I think companies like Nike and Adidas have done really big investments and are definitely companies to look at when it comes to this kind of expertise. Personally, we work a lot with the PVH brands, so I think that they've also come a really long way in leveraging 3D, and also I think they're at the point that they're starting to look at how do you unlock the value of 3D also in different parts of the value chain. So how can you start to leverage 3D assets instead of photography in your digital showroom, and even leverage 3D assets on e-commerce, for example. And that's when you start to see, when those things start to connect and those dots in the value chain come together, the value starts to become exponential. And I think the companies that are able to do that and unlock that are the ones that are definitely successful. But I have to say, I would love to answer this question in a year time, because I think there's so many brands that are right now at the point that they're on the cusp of scaling. And I hope, and it's definitely my hope, that in the next year we're going to see real acceleration from your side. Yeah. And you guys are already at it, but we're going to see real acceleration happening in fashion because of just the benefits that can come from this digital way of working.
So Laura, you are quite kind of forerunner in this digitalization when comparing to other companies. So what do you think, what are the best ways of sharing information, or is this kind of knowledge something that you are ready to share with your colleagues in other companies or brands? How do you see this?
I really think that sharing and openness is a key here. Like in all sustainability topics, we just must work together with our competitors even to crack the best ways. I mean, working with our vendors in such huge topics like electricity, it doesn't happen alone, especially for small brands. So also in especially scaling 3D, it's the processes are not easy, especially when you are trying to do it along the normal processes or the traditional processes that we have in the fashion companies. So sharing is especially important once somebody cracks how to do it or how to move on in those very tricky spots. It would be very good, I think.
You said something about scaling, so we might have some people looking on this panel discussion currently, and when we say scaling from 3D design, so what does it mean in practice? So let's make it very concrete. What is scaling?
Yeah, well, for us, for us it means cracking the 3D design part, designing the clothes in 3D. That is the easy part for us. But scaling it to our vendor side, to the factory side, and to the sales and marketing and e-commerce, that is the difficult part. So how to actually go fully digital without having to make those physical samples, that scaling is not easy and takes time.
Maybe because there at the same time there is the way of selling and then the understanding of the customers. Maybe one day we can do e-fitting instead of like real physical fitting. Yeah. And it's not only maybe how the industry works, but also the consumer side, that the readiness for digital skills for that as well.
Definitely.
Do you want to add for this scaling? How do you see this scaling?
For me, I'm sorry.
No.
For me, the scaling is, there's so many aspects to what scaling means. And I think when it comes to 3D design, where you want to start is have at least examples of, or leverage 3D for better decision making. That's, for me, is like ground one. Because when you're looking at a 3D asset versus a 2D asset, the interpretation of the garment is so much easier. So it helps in your internal communication and it helps in your vendor communication. The next step is either you start working with your vendors to get digital prototypes in, or your designers themselves are the ones that are creating these digital prototypes. And then as you start with scaling more, for me it means indeed how do you get those assets to such a high quality that the salespeople feel comfortable selling from them. And that indeed your marketing can start using these assets to create amazing B2B and B2C marketing materials. And to do that, it's not just human and process challenge, it's also technology challenge, because it means you want to have the quality of the ingredients that you put into 3D needs to be high notch. So your materials need to be amazing, your blocks need to be stitched up in the right way, but also how you render, and how do you render at scale at that high quality, and making sure that those images are consistent no matter what garment or product category you're tackling. So there's also technology aspects, and I think that's what is the beauty of this challenge. It's like there's tech challenges there, and there's some process and like ways of working challenges, educational challenges that come with the entire scaling. I think that's when you start to tackle both, you can start to accelerate. And what is the end goal? I don't think we even know yet. I mean, the last 2 days, everyone's speaking about the metaverse and digital garments and all of this. Like, for me, it's what's happening under the hood and how do you make the physical process better. But I really do believe it's the ramp up for also more innovative practices that you could do in the future.
Yeah,
and
please,
I
Elina.
believe I have nothing to add on those, because there's it's just, you covered the whole thing. But I think the important part in scaling for the industry on the sales part is also collaborating with each other to learn more, to get competent in it, and being behind it, and just like, this is the new norm and let's make it happen together as an industry.
Yeah. And Kristen, what are the most important benefits that digitalization of the value chain can bring to the industry? Could you please specify 3 advantages?
3, that's perfect, because I have 3. Because I always come back to 3 big areas of value that we really believe in. And number 1, and for me the most important one, is waste reduction. So not needing physical prototypes when you're creating a garment, or not needing physical samples when you're selling in B2B. The second one is time efficiency. I think every single brand, we said it already, time's luxury. Every brand is looking not just to make the calendar more workable for the internal teams, but also to see how do you reduce the calendar and get shorter to market, get closer to that consumer. And the last one for me is a cost reduction. I say this last because yes, cost is important. Probably for management, you want it to come up into some form of ROI at some point, but cost is important, because if you start scaling, imagine replacing all your photography needs just with 3D, and your design process is actually so good and so high quality that you're creating this amazing collection of assets that you can use all across the chain, not needing to photograph one garment 5 different times just because there's different teams needing that garment. So waste reduction, time efficiency, and cost reduction for me are the 3 big like macro level wins that you can gain from digitization.
Laura, what would you like to add to Ann-Kristen's list?
Yeah, I mean, that list sounds really amazing. What can I add? For us, environment, especially reducing emissions, time factor, because it happens in so many parts of the process, in the product stage and in the selling phase. Definitely a time factor. And maybe lastly, I would say the really endless possibilities. I mean, we can just dream really, really big and just go beyond. So, yeah.
And Elina, your list.
Whoa, my list is added on those. I have nothing to add. I think the creativity is also, as a designer, I see that when in a perfect world, I could just think of it and it would become like 3D. So, but we're a few steps away from that still. But the creativity part, you are not stuck in your old ways anymore, because I have a history with patterns, and I noticed when I started doing more design, I was like stuck in the pattern thinking. I was like, well, can I do that? And then I had to get rid of that thinking and just start taking those walls away from myself. So I can't even imagine how it feels to make them in 3D when there's no walls at all.
Yeah. So. Creativity is one of the core essence of this industry. So I think it's in business models as well as in the real physical or digital products. So I think that's also can bring very much new capabilities for designers and new freedom, space of freedom as well. Finally, we are almost turning to the end of our great discussion. We could continue several days and discuss with other people also in the audience, but finally, please tell everyone the next action or step that you will take in the digital transformation of your brand or this industry. So what do you do tomorrow? Laura, what do you do tomorrow in this transformation?
Well, we are working on the scaling parts, both to the vendor side and to the e-commerce and to the sales side. That is our top priority now.
Elina.
Oh, me. What I will do tomorrow, I will continue the journey to talk about it, to talk about the transformation within the company and outside of the company, because I think it's also important that we collaborate on that part too, because it doesn't have to be a scary thing to move towards 3D. So I will keep on doing that and simultaneously start watching those YouTube videos.
And Kristin, in your company or for the industry, what do you do next?
I think the biggest thing that we would continue to do is education. I think what makes it hard or a challenge that a lot of brands have is like where to start and how do I find the information and what does it mean and can I have some guidance, and I think that's where we both from a Stitch and a Hatch perspective can play a really huge role, is how do we help on that education part. So that for us is a really big focus. It's also passion. We have a lot of very talented people in the company that want to share their knowledge and want to help brands because, especially from the sustainability impact, but we just really want to make a difference, and the education piece is very close to our hearts.
Thank you, Laura and Elina, for joining this panel discussion from the Finnish brands, and Kristin, thanks for traveling from Amsterdam to Helsinki last night, and probably you can also have a look at our slush event which is going on here also in Helsinki. So thanks for this discussion, thanks for opening our eyes who are not so familiar with the topic, and let's digitalize the fashion industry.
Absolutely.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear ladies. We're going to squeeze in with Krista here. Thank you so much. Thank you for this really excellent insight, because we're talking here most of the time with digital creators and from the technology side. So it was really important, vital to our conference to get insight from the actual fashion industry, because you're doing these things and you're implementing 3D, not starting off with digitalization, but how you can make your existing processes digitalized. So thank you so very much. As a summary, excellent point. So it was about, the third one was costs. The second was shorter go-to-market times for companies. And the first one was eliminating waste. Amazing opportunities for 3D digital fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I would like to introduce our next speaker. She's Heli Salomaa, who's digital costume designer and lecturer in fashion design technology at Victoria University of Wellington. Heli is a costume designer and researcher specializing in digital costumes for video games, animation, and virtual reality. She has dressed physical and digital bodies for 37 productions, from stage to screen, including Remedy Entertainment's video game Control and an international cloud-native AAA game production yet to be released. Heli currently educates a new generation of digital costume and fashion designers at Victoria University of Wellington, with a long-term ambition to establish costume designers as inherent members of character team across the digital industries. She is going to talk about fashion, or costume? Defining a design approach for game character style. Heli, what's time in New Zealand? What time is it in New Zealand? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's midnight. It's a little bit late, but I have my coffee and a nap and I'm ready to go.
So, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So I will be bringing the costume perspective to these discussions of digital wearables. So I am a costume designer with a background in theatre and specialized in especially in video game character wearables. And I'm currently working as a costume character designer for 2 game productions and educating the next generation of the future digital costume and fashion designers. I will be talking about the difference between the fashion and costume between in the video game context, and how does this difference affect the player experience through an avatar or a playable character. So for those who don't engage with the gaming culture, the first thought of the games might be something like this. The demographic of games have been historically understood as young and male, and the common view of gaming seems to be overtaken by the features considered attractive for this demographic, such as fast-paced violence and shooting games. However, there are multiple genres other than fighting games and these first-person shooters. For example, in the action-adventure game Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, the player searches for the legendary tusk of Ganesha. And for those who don't like action, walking simulation or exploration games can offer an interactive way to enjoy a great story on their own pace. For example, in What Remains of Edith Finch, the player wanders around a house unraveling the mysteries of the Finch family. Some games, such as Chris, visualize complex emotional concepts, such as grieving. It follows a character's journey through sorrow and recovery after a painful experience in life. Chris is one of the games supported by the Games for Change, a non-profit organization founded in 2004. It empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world change using games and immersive media. Nowadays, there are a variety of games for diverse audience, and the level of technology allows highly realistic graphics, as seen in this upcoming game, Horizon Forbidden West. According to the editor of Encountering the Virtuality, Philip Lynn, the variety and multiplicity of digital games and networked gaming are fostering a new consumption power and audience culture. Digital games, in both their technological and art form, play a leading role on the frontier of entertainment and popular culture. So, what is the difference between fashion and costume in the video game context? According to Susan Kaiser in Fashion and Culture Studies, fashion is a form of self-expression and autonomy, whereas the costume serves the narrative of a fictional context. Fashion is designed for a wider demographic, whereas costume is designed for a specific individual and can be referred to as a character design. The fashion is designed directly for a user to be worn through an avatar, which is a digital representation of the player in an online virtual environment. And whereas the costume is designed essentially not for the user, but for the game character, which appears within a larger fictional context. Fashion considers trends and has an economic relevance, which corresponds with the mass consumption, whereas costume is not confined by trends and is often produced as a single object, bespoke for a certain character. The fashion approach in game character design supports outfit changes and customization, whereas costume-based characters often have a predefined appearance or their customization is controlled. Since the less control player has on the character's appearance, the stronger narrative support the costume provides. And this effect is comparable to the film production, where each costume is selected for a specific character and situation by a costume designer without an interference from the viewer. The costume needs to deliver information on not only who the character is, but also the situation or the scene and previous events in the story, evidenced through the condition of the clothing. So fashion focuses on self-representation as opposed to an adoption of a separate persona, which occurs through costume-based characters. To demonstrate the difference on these design approaches, let's imagine the character Ellie from The Last of Us displayed on the right would wear the outfit designed for The Sims by the fashion brand Moschino. The outfit would be stylish, but would not deliver any information on the narrative nor the character. Instead, it would disrupt the believability and immersion in the game located in the post-apocalyptic world full of zombies. In the next slides, I will introduce a few games that utilize either of these two design approaches. I specifically selected games and game characters that have been developed in collaboration with either a fashion brand or a costume designer. So, social context or social simulation games generally utilize the fashion design approach. These are games that are based on or feature an element of shared and collaborative online platform that support interaction with other users or players. Fashion brands often collaborate with this type of games, providing pieces from their latest collections as digital twins for the players. Our clothing is a form of self-representation. According to Emma Vestekov in her book chapter for Playing with Gender, the way we dress is central to our sense of identity, community, and culture, as well as being one of the ways that we communicate with other humans. Therefore, the clothing stands as an interface to wider social engagement. Henrietta Moore suggests in her book Still Life, Hopes, Desires and Satisfactions that the avatar is a hybrid of authentic self and desired self. Therefore, the online representation of self allows a fictional identity of who the player wants to be. My next example is Fortnite, created by Epic Games and known for collaborating with multiple franchises, Balenciaga as the first fashion house. The collaboration allows players to buy outfits that are also called skins, designed by Balenciaga for the game's default character models, such as Doko and Ramirez. This digital co-branding provides recognition and cultural value to games while allowing fashion houses to expand their reach beyond their current market. Displaying a certain style on a game avatar follows similar logic to how real-world celebrities are styled to advertise fashion brands to sell the style to their followers. The appearance of the avatar does not support a game narrative, but serves as a cosmetic feature in a social context, much like a real-life beauty practice. And in the last example of fashion in games, I will introduce Afterworld, The Age of Tomorrow by Balenciaga. The game does not support social interaction, but resembles a walking simulation game. Although it comes across as a narrative game and is called an allegorical adventure and a collection by the fashion house, the agenda is to showcase Balenciaga's latest collection and, as such, could be referred to as an interactive catwalk. Again, the main point of the game is not on the narrative, but to showcase certain styles for a potential customer. As my first costume example, I'm introducing L.A. Noir by Rockstar Games. The game company employed an Australian costume designer, Wendy Cork, to create their character outfits. One of the most notable differences to the fashion approach is that costume-based design does not advertise a specific style or brand. In costume-driven character design, the emphasis is actually not even on the clothing, but on how the appearance informs the player of the surroundings, character personality, and narrative. The designer of the character's costume only contributes to a part of the character process and is not specifically emphasized. Wendy Cork followed the traditional costume design process by designing the characters, sourcing the physical outfits, and fitting them on actual actors, and the characters were then later 3D scanned for the final game. As the second costume example, I introduced Lynn Paolo, who designed the costumes for Grand Theft Auto 5 based on character mood boards provided by the game company. As Cork before her, she provided physical clothes for 3D scanning. All these three characters are playable in the game and very different in nature, which is perceivable instantly and non-verbally through their appearance. Through costume, a player takes on the role of the playable character and the identity of that costume. The Ludica Collective suggests that playing any game body could be considered as digital dress-up, in which a player tries out the characteristics of a game character. This is a trying on of a fictional other, merging the player's sense of self and the representation of the player character. Both Paolo and Lynn, Paolo and Cork, designed the non-player characters in addition to these player characters. Even though often these NPCs, non-player characters, function as an animated background and as such do not have character-based narratives of their own, their appearance communicate the location, era, social structures, and environmental conditions and other contextual features that are invaluable in communicating the narrative to the player. And the player character's appearance is always seen in comparison to these NPCs, and which emphasizes their status in the game context. And as the last costume example, I will introduce my own work for the game Control. I worked for the game studio Remedy Entertainment as a costume artist from 2016 to 2018, designing and manufacturing costumes for this game. Control is a narrative-based supernatural action-adventure game, and as such, required a costume approach for the character design. It tells the story of Jessie Faden, who seeks her lost brother and answers to her past. The game takes place in the oldest house, which is the headquarters of an organization called Federal Bureau of Control. And Jessie arrives this supernatural, ever-shifting location as an outsider, but grows into the role of the new director of the FBC while fighting off an enemy and saving the world from an evil entity. And here are some concepts I produced for three characters in the game, Jessie Faden, Emily Pope, and Helen Marshall. So these are just three characters of the 7 main characters. And in addition, I designed the NPCs for the game. So each of these characters were carefully iterated to fit the context and narrative of the game. As the protagonist, Jessie Faden underwent 130 iterations during the process, as she represents the game in the promotional materials and is often the first character introduced to the player. The appearance needed to express Jessie's preference for comfortable and functional clothing, since she's an active character and has no interest in trends and fashion. Emily Pope, displayed here in the middle, on the other hand, is a fashionable character in the game context, and the costume needed to express her interest in style, but within the limitations of the strict dress code of the corporate she works for. So her appearance needed to be stylish but appropriate for the office environment. Helen Marshall, as presented at the bottom of the slide, was originally an eccentric character, but her appearance was over time iterated towards a more functional style to adjust to the narrative changes of her character and to better fit the mood of the game. Her early concepts were actually inspired by Iris Apfel. So in addition to designing the costumes, I followed 3 manufacturing processes to help delivering the costumes for the final game. Through the first process, a physical costume was digitized through 3D scanning. In the second one, the physical costume stayed physical. And in the third process, the costumes were produced digitally without a physical sample. We had a cast of actual actors for each of the 7 main roles, which allowed me to produce physical costumes for each of them. We also utilized the actors' expertise in character creation by dressing them up as the character and recording them performing the role. These recordings were later utilized as reference material by the character team, and the physical costumes were 3D scanned for the game. 3 of these physical costumes are actually currently displayed at the Helsinki Design Museum's exhibition Intimacy until March, if you want to see them, and if you're around Helsinki. So the first manufacturing process had the costume physically produced and digitized through 3D scanning. And I will use the protagonist Jessie Faden's leather jacket as an example of this process. So I started by defining the color of the jacket by dyeing leather samples until I found my perfect blue. After which I hand dyed 5 pelts of deer leather. After that, the seamstress Anni Konttinen sewed the jacket according to the measurements of Jessie's actress Courtney Howe. And after that, I distressed the jacket to make it look worn, since in the story, Jessie has had the jacket for years and it would disrupt the believability if the jacket looked brand new. And after that, we 3D scanned it and also photographed each section of the jacket to ensure that the hand-dyed surface was converted accurately to the final 3D model. So although all of the main character costumes were manufactured, not all of them were 3D scanned, which brings us to the next costume production example. So we had a character called Dr. Darling, who only appears in live footage within the game environment. And here's me fixing the costume on the actor Matthew Porretta at the studio. And here is some of the footage from these studio shoots. And here is how it looks like in the game. So the costume was never digitalized into the 3D form, but appears physical in the end product. So the costumes that were not physically produced, I manufactured digitally in Marvelous Designer. This software is a simplified version of Cloth 3D, which is utilized by the fashion professionals. The digitally produced costume was exported for one of the character artists, who then finalized it in the 3D modeling software. In addition to the Marvelous Design file, I produced detail boards to define the materials, attachment details, and outfit layers to provide all the costume-related information needed to produce the costume accurately and realistically. This board replaced the missing physical counterpart that the character artist could have otherwise referred to. So this game allows customization, which is controlled by the developers. Through the narrative, each costume signifies an event of the story or character progress. The player receives each costume at a certain point of the game, but can freely wear them after acquiring them. However, each costume is designed specifically for the environment and this character and does not disrupt the narrative or believability when worn. And this is controlled customization. So this presentation explored the concepts of fashion and costume design within the video game context, concentrating on the realistic character design based on a human form. Most games that fall within this description, if they evade categorization in either of these design approaches, but land on a scale in between these two. Fashion is designed for the user who controls and utilizes the appearance of the avatar for self-expression and personal narrative. In this type of games, the player adapts the clothing as their own. Costume is designed for a character and serves a fictional narrative that is predefined by the game developer. In this type of games, the player adapts the costume as a dress-up of a separate persona. Although fashion and costume designers have traditionally dressed up physical bodies while character designers work on digital bodies, these three industries have one thing in common. We all concentrate on the expressive qualities of an appearance of a human form. In the recent years, these divisions between digital and physical have been blending, allowing collaboration and learning. The fashion and costume designers can lend the game productions their expertise on style, cloth design, material properties, and visual interpretation of human nature. In turn, the game studios can share their digital knowledge and provide access to interactive platforms and experimentation of wearable items beyond the physical restrictions of the real world, such as gravity and human form. Fashion and costume professionals share the same tools and visual language, even though our goals are different. Although game character designers have approached the wearable items from a very different perspective, we are developing a common vocabulary to continue the dialogue across the traditional and digital industries. And that was me. Thank you.
Thank you, Heli. I think you made it very clear how much hard work is actually involved in the whole process. You mentioned 103 iterations at one point, right?
Yes, 100 for the protagonist. Yes.
Yeah. So thinking about the whole process, what is your favorite part in the process? Where you get more excited?
I think the ideation, the part where you get the character description and you start brainstorming and developing and just like having fun with the concept, especially the Helen Marshall that I described earlier, the one that started as an eccentric character. I had a lot of fun with her. But I also love when we bring in the materiality and the tactile side of it, like working with the actors and the physical costumes and dyeing the leather and like kind of utilizing those analog methods from my background in stage arts. So I get to get away from the digital for a bit in the middle of production. I think that's very fun.
I bet there is some questions from Alexis' side.
Heli, this sounds truly like a dream job. This is so exciting and so fascinating, but I found it interesting how it's combining kind of a costume design that can be for movies and theater, but then you have to make it digital. So it's an evolving process, so to say. Maybe kind of a personal question. Are there particular type of characters that you prefer designing the costumes for? Or is it somehow harder to design to particular or some then easier to some kind of groups of characters? Do you have any your personal preferences? And then a follow-up question to that, have you had this kind of a cases, for example, you would be very excited about designing, you like very much the character and you're really enthusiastic about it, but you would get feedback that this is too creative or our vision is a little bit clashing with yours, and you would have to somehow modify your creativity in order to fit some kind of the ask from your client?
That's a really excellent question, since in the game production I'm just a little piece of the whole process. So it's very common actually to have to change the character again and again to fit the final context, and especially the technical limitations at the point where we try to make the costume move will really restrict the designs. For example, we couldn't produce certain type of capes or long skirts or pants that are wide because it's just impossible to make them move naturally. And to reply to the first question is that I definitely had a preference for historical and fantasy costumes to start with. But recently I've been more into contemporary clothing because I really enjoy the subtlety and the nuances that come into play when you design something that is very familiar for us all, but you still need to know how to tell the story through this contemporary appearance.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that the clothes or the costume has to fit into the storyline. Like you would love to design maybe this and that, but then, as you said, it might feel a fake in the story. So how much in advance you know about the story? Do you know the whole story? Because sometimes gaming companies are like super secret. So do you get to divide the whole story when you start to do the concept design?
So these processes vary between the productions. For example, Lim Paula and Wendy Cork only had very little information when they started working on the characters, especially the GTA 5 that Lim Paula worked on was very secretive. But I was lucky to be involved in the whole production from the very beginning, so I had access to all the information to produce the characters accurately. But the nature of the game production is quite complex compared to the stage art, since at the stage art you usually get a script, multiple pages of information of each character, but in the games usually we start with just 1 or 2 sentences of a description for the character, and that like everything develops parallel, the audio, the narrative, the characters, the environment, and everything needs to fit together at the end. And that's why the game productions tend to be very long projects, since we just have to adjust to each other continuously. So it's very common that we start with a very different character that we end up with.
You mentioned also about your preference or how much you like to design different kind of like historical costumes. History of fashion has lots of literature, there's lots of research, and then it's kind of like a part of a compulsory education for people who are studying fashion to cover that part while they're studying. If you are designing, for example, something historical, how much research do you do in order to check, for example, the era, the materials, what were the silhouettes like, or are you at that point already that you don't need any more research, you can just immediately brainstorm something? How does this process go, researching into the past of fashion?
It's really again, since some historical-based games or productions prefer to do the stylized version and don't actually want to be historically accurate, because that can be alienating for a contemporary eye, since like actual historical characters can look pretty weird for us. But let's look at Game of Thrones characters, for example. It manages to create this feeling of being historical, but it's just a kind of like alternative, just having hints and like inspirations from that side, but still they created their own world around this kind of historical aesthetic. So it really depends on the production, but I personally think if I'm working on, let's say, a Renaissance game, even a stylized Renaissance game, I would still go to the source first and refresh my memory. Even if I have dedication in the fashion history, I have taught fashion history, I would still go and search and look into that specific era for that production.
Great. Thank you so much, Heli, for joining. Thank you for your excellent presentation. We have to move with our agenda to the next speaker. So goodbye, New Zealand. I hope you
have a nice sleep.
Yeah, good night, actually, not only goodbye. And then we are joined next by Roei Derhi. He is a founder of Placebo digital fashion house. He's what you call a digital couturier. He can do fashion, real fashion. He's a fashion designer, but he's also very tech savvy in terms of digital fashion. He can create basically anything. Roei is going to be talking about, let's talk digital couture. What does it mean to have digital couture? How does one become a digital couturier? And for him, digital fashion is not only envisioning a sci-fi future, sometimes even though it looks like it, where we stroll around in the cities with AR glasses and virtual outfits, or wear custom designs on our avatars. For him, digital fashion is also about understanding fashion designers' responsibility in protecting the planet and creating sustainable fashion that doesn't pollute the environment. Roei, can you hear us? Do we have a connection?
Yes, I can. Thank you for such a nice introduction. You know, it's a boost for my ego. Thank you.
We are so glad that you are joining. How are you doing? How are the things going, and what have you been up to lately?
so much, actually. We just finished not long time ago LA Fashion Week. We launched the Metagenesis collection, and now there is so many amazing projects. We're working on Placebo Digital Fashion House, so a lot of surprises coming soon.
Can we see?
Yes, so basically who want to see the collection can go directly to our Instagram and select the full video what we show in LA Fashion Week. Although maybe we will be able to show the full video here. But let's start. So basically what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to talk today about high digital fashion. And why I use the word high? We will open that to the discussion as well. But we're going to talk about high digital fashion traditions in a new world. So let me again introduce myself. See. Here it is. Yes. So just a little bit about me. So my name is Roei and I'm from Tel Aviv, from Israel originally. I was graduating Shenkar College in 2016. You can see my graduation projects on the top of the slide. Since 2016, I live in Stockholm. Yes, it's freezing. It's minus 10 degrees here right now. I'm working H&M in the design team. I design in different products group. I used to work with denim, kids, teenagers. Today I'm working with menswear. I'm working with Vestiger and with Clo as an expert. And I'm the founder and creative director of Placebo Digital Fashion House. That basically what we do in Placebo is that we're working in different niche. We're working with a gaming studio. We provide for them fashion for different gaming studio. They ask for us to create garments for the avatar, and we do that. We have, of course, our own collection that we, like the Metagenesis, that we're creating fashion shows and sell it for as an NFTs or as for social media. And we work with different fashion brands as well, and we're creating a digital fashion content for them. And as you can see me as a baby with a huge head, I have no idea how it happened, but it happened somehow. So what we're actually going to talk about today. So we're going to talk about the definition of couture, what it actually means couture in the physical world. So we're just going to do a recap and to understand that we're all in the same page, what does it mean? And then we will move on to talk about complex digital garments. After we will finish to talk about complex digital garments, we are actually going to have the conclusion. Now, it's actually important for me to mention something before we even start. This lecture, not necessarily here to give you answers. I'm here actually to confuse you because I'm going here to raise questions. I'm here to give you knowledge. I'm here to raise questions, and I'm here to give you an objective opinion of our fashion house. What does it mean high digital fashion? So let's confuse together. So let's start together to talk about the definition of couture. So basically, we all know couture is something that we always see on the runway. It's the most highest way to create physical fashion. Couture is actually the French word for dressmaking, and haute, it means high. It's exclusive costume fitted clothing. Haute couture is a high-end fashion. It's designed and constructed by hand. That's actually mean that all the garments that we see on fashion shows on the runway made by hand. No sewing machine, everything stitched, all the fabrics connect with hand stitching. And of course, it's always made with the most luxury and high fabrics. Couturier is a female, couturier is a male. Sorry if I'm having a problem with my French, especially with my Middle Eastern accent. So if I did a mistake with the French word, so forgive me, please. And of course, the Fédération de la Haute Couture that established in Paris is defined couture. They have a definition of couture because not everyone can be a couture house. You need to have a definition. And what does it mean? A certain standards. So the garments need to be sewn by hand. To sew a garment, it actually take between 100 to 700 hours. Made to order garments, that actually means that you have a customer with a body type, they come, they want something, and you made specially for them. And it's 15 full-time workers that working in the atelier. If it's less, they cannot be like a couture fashion house. Haute couture represent the luxury tailor-made clothes and that have been in Paris. And of course, you can see here the nice guy from the right of the slide, Charles Frederick Worth. He's the father of couture. He's actually a British designer from the 18th century that actually he's the father of couture. He opened the first fashion couture house. So he considered to be the father of couture. About brands, I mean, we know all the famous brands that doing like the couture fashion shows. We have Jean Paul Gaultier, we have Victor and Rolf, we have Maison Margiela, Balenciaga, Chanel, Valentino, and of course there is much more. But we need to understand that the garments that we actually see on the runway or in WWD, in Vogue runway, the garments that actually belong to the couture collection, everything made by hand. And that's crazy to understand the craftsmanship. It's amazing to see how they're doing the things, because couture in the end, what's beautiful in couture is that the garment's made in such a beautiful way that you can even wear the garment upside down. You can, not upside down, inside out. So upside down you could if you want, but inside out you can wear the garment. And that's what makes it so special. The inside need to look beautiful as the outside. And when you look on the construction and you understand that everything made by hand, I think it's mind-blowing, but maybe it's because I learned fashion and I understand how hard it is, but it's just mind-blowing. And of course, there is different techniques of how to do it, because you need some of the stitches to be blind. You have different techniques of how to use stitches to decorate something. Maison Margiela is actually famous by that, to show the stitches, to show the structure of the garments. So you need to understand different techniques. And when I talk about digital fashion, I always say that what can make digital fashion to be, to take it to a different level is that you actually understand how to make a physical garment. You understand the details, and if you can mimic them and you bring them into the digital platform, I think it's take digital fashion to a different level. So, conclusion, what it is mean couture. So couture making include attention to the need of the body of the customer, because as we said, when a customer comes to buy a haute couture, probably have a lot of money. That's the first thing, he's a good customer, and he wants something that will fit his body. Attention to details and the making, every application, every ruffle, every plissé, every embroidery, every stitch have so much attention. You cannot have have too much pokering in one place if it's not supposed to be over there, or gathering. Everything needs to be in the most highest level of fashion and craftsmanship that can be in fashion. High-end finish, as I said, the garments need to be beautiful in the inside as it is on the outside. Training in pattern making and sewing skill and fabric manipulation. I mean, those people that know how to do couture need to understand how to manipulate fabric, how fabric is actually behaved, how to make a pattern that can adjust to different body types, how to cut fabric in the right way, and etc. Design garments by order and customer needs. So basically, like the end of the conclusion of everything is that couture, the physical couture, is high and complex. I mean, I don't think anyone can do it. To be honest, I'm not sure even I can do it, and especially because I'm not 15 people, but it's really hard craftsmanship. You need to know how to do it, and you need to know to have experience when it's come to making couture. So it's definitely high and complex. And speaking of complex, let's move on to the digital garments, because complex digital garments, in a way, maybe we can equivalent them to couture. So let's understand, what does it mean to have a complex garment? Well, a complex garment could be different things. For example, the file size. We know today, everyone that works like in this field know that the file size can actually affect your workflow. If the size of the file is really, really high, and there is so many things actually over there, and details and the polygon count, it actually can affect your workflow. And that's something that we need to consider when we talk about a complex digital fashion. The poly count, who doesn't know what does it mean, polygons, it's actually the mesh that actually creating the garments. Every 3D object is made by mesh. And of course, on top of him, there is the rep, the BPR or the maps, whatever you will call it. I mean, everyone that work with Claw and VStitcher know those things by normal map, the displacement map, the texture. Those things are actually the texture that have the object that made by mesh. So poly count can be a low poly count. That means that there is not a lot of polygons inside, or it could be a high polygon count, high poly. And I can give you actually a perfect example for it, because we know today in the gaming industry, there is like a lot of indie or like a mobile games that made from low poly, and they're more easy to work with. And the AAA, those are the high games that we see on different studios that have like a crazy games that you see with crazy animations, have a high poly. When it's come to digital fashion, we will talk about it soon, but it's a good question, what is actually more complex to make, low poly or high poly? But we will talk about it soon. And of course, the additional value of the garments. Is the garments actually have an additional value? What this value mean, and how hard is it to make this value? So let's talk first of all about the file size. As I mentioned, the file size actually can be affected by different things. It could be affected by the poly count. If we have a high poly count, that means that the file size is actually heavier. The file is heavy, so that's actually mean that we're going to work slower, and that's more hours to work. So it's important to mention that, because the file have much more data inside. Texture and maps, that definitely could affect. If you have much more layers of maps on an object, it could affect the file size. And not only that, the resolution of the maps could affect as well how heavy the file is. High finished garments, I can tell you an example in Placebo that we work on a garment. We really take care that we will have the hem, we're going to have the placket, as we know to make in the physical fashion, because in Placebo, actually, most of the people that work in Placebo are from the physical fashion industry. So the structure of a garment is really important to us. So when we need to make a hem or a fold, we make it as we will make it in the real fashion, in the physical fashion. So it's important to mention that. So high finish of garments can affect how heavy the file will be, because you have more mesh and you have more details. And of course, the complexity of the garments, how many layers we have in the garments, how big the garment is. For example, as you can see here, like the garment that I have on the slide, it took us a couple of days to make it because it was really heavy. The skirt was huge to make. So of course, this is affecting the heavy, or how heavy the file will be. So this can affect a complex digital garment. What else can affect actually a complex digital garment? The poly count. So I said it before, but actually the poly count is a little bit confusing because we have different niche here. The one of them is actually a low poly, and the other one is a high poly. High poly, I have to say, it is make the garments to be, the file to be more heavy, and sometimes it's really hard to work with a high poly garments. But on the other hand, to make a garment that actually low poly, but look like it's a high poly, that's actually more challenging because you need to understand and you need to have different tools that not all the digital fashion house know how to use. And I'm quite proud to say that I have the best team that anyone can ask in Placebo that know how to work with those things, and very talented people. These garments, for example, it's from the Metagenesis collection, and you can actually see it on the VR showroom. It's over there, but you can see here two garments. They actually look quite similar, but one of them is high poly and one of them is low poly. And I think this is the magic, to make a low poly with different techniques look like a high poly. This actually process called retopology. As you can see here, this one, the garments from the left actually more than 2 million polygons, but from the right, it have less than 100,000 polygons, but they look similar. And as I mentioned, you need to understand how to work with this thing. There is different techniques of how to make it, how to use the maps, displacement map, to make something look like it's a high poly, but it's actually not. And we know how to do it because we're working with gaming studios. So that's what we know how to do the best. And of course, the additional value. What is a digital fashion if it's not a fantasy? Digital fashion, I always say that digital fashion is the most extreme way of fashion because you can express yourself in ways that you cannot do it in reality. You cannot put diamonds floating around your head or to create a particle system that go out from your garments, or wear fire or smoke, or choose that you can be today a fairy or a male or a female or a monster. And this is like the most extreme way of express yourself. And what is it fashion if not the art of how to express yourself? This is basically what fashion means. So, I mean, as you can see here, we have like different pictures from the Metagenesis collection. We most of the time when we're doing high fashion, we definitely use different software because we want to create a fantasy. We want to create a narrative. And you can see that we're using crystals. We're creating shoes that have an emission effect, create light from there. We're using particle systems and different effects to create this additional value of the garment. So let's talk about the final conclusion. What is actually, how to compare haute couture to high digital fashion. So the skills is really important. We can see that on both of them, you need to have like different techniques. In high digital fashion, you need to understand how to work with different software. You cannot always stay in one software because that could actually affect in the end the result. You need to understand how to move one thing from Clo to VStitcher, from VStitcher to Maya to Blender, maybe to a different software that actually know how to do other options, to Substance. So you need to understand how to create a workflow that working with different programs to make sure that you will have the best results. And of course, in the haute couture, the physical garments, you need to know how to use tools as well, how to cut well, how to create the best pattern that you can do, how to create application, and how to sew with hand. And of course, the knowledge is very important of both of them, of design, draping, and pattern making. You need to know on both of them how to do a pattern making. Because, you know, I remember in Shankar, they always told us, you need to know the technical part to be a great designer. Because when you know the technical part, you know actually what is your options. So that's really important as well in digital fashion. To understand how you can do the best garments, you need to understand the technical parts of how things are actually working in digital fashion. And of course, design skills, really important for both of them, and made for the customer need. I would say actually in digital fashion, it's even more important because it's not only the customer need, it's actually the platform need. Because when I have like a gaming studio that's making high AAA gaming and they want from us to make garments, we need to understand the color palette they need to use. the storytelling of the game, and which kind of engine they use to be able to make for them the best garments. And of course, high finish for both of them. It's depend on the platform when it's come to digital fashion, because as I mentioned, low poly, it could be a little bit more tricky to have high finish over there. It doesn't make it less challenging to do that. Of course, in high digital fashion, there is the additional value. We actually consider to say about inside Placebo that something is a high fashion when we're working like that it's a registered fashion house business basically. But when we're working for more than 72 hours on a garment, for us it's actually means that it's a high fashion. Comparing to the physical fashion, that it's somewhere between 100 to 700 hours. Some of our garments that we actually made took us a couple of days. So it's not always easy to work on complex garments. But as I mentioned, I'm here not only to give you knowledge, I'm here actually to raise some questions, because more than ever, when we talk about digital fashion, I always say that digital fashion can actually create a new definition of how a human being will be in the 21st century. We have a big responsibility here to talk about what is the limits of technology that we will be used. We have responsibility about that. We have responsibility about which kind of world we actually want to create. When we talk about the metaverse, gaming, we have an opportunity here to change things. And here as well, I mean, couture, for example, is the core of something for the privilege. Couture is actually a definition of something that only people with money can buy. Is that something that we actually want to take to the metaverse? Is that something that we actually want to take to the digital fashion industry? I don't know. It's a question that we need to ask ourselves as well. Can we use it as a trademark? Can we use actually the word couture? It's something that we need to check together. I mean, as a community of digital fashion, we need to ask those questions. And of course, the term, it's a term that actually familiar to people. So maybe it's easy to use the word couture to explain to people that it's actually a digital garment that took a long time to make. It's the most extreme way and the most hard, complex garment that we make in digital. So maybe it's a term that we need to use for other people that doesn't necessarily understand digital garments. And of course, it's an opportunity for a new world. I don't have the answers. I'm still asking myself the question, and I think this is what's exciting about digital fashion, to ask ourselves those questions. I mean, we are building a community around Placebo that asking those questions constantly. And not only because our team is built from Gen Z and millennials that love to ask and talk a lot, it's actually because those questions are super important to understand and to give them an answer together. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you all can follow us on Instagram. We're creating great content, and definitely we will have much more surprises for you soon. I actually think it's surprises for the whole, even for the physical fashion community and industry. So thank you so much for joining me and listening to me for 25 hours talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roei, for your presentation. This was brilliant. We actually have an opportunity to show your fashion show right now, the digital one.
I actually cannot hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
No, for some reason I cannot hear you.
Let's go to the fashion show. Okay, great.
Lovely.
So we were just saying that we actually have an opportunity to go and see your entire fashion show.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. And then we'll come back to the studio for some more chat. Don't leave.
Enjoy.
Onko siellä ääntä?
just as God in the Bible designs and creates animals and plants and humans according to his wishes. Now we are learning how to design and create life. The big question is what kind of gods we will be. Will we be merciful and wise gods, or will we be petty, vengeful, and irresponsible gods? Religion is not about God. Religion is about you, about ourselves.
In essence, religion is a story.
Religion is about you.
In essence, religion is a story
that gives legitimacy to human norms and values and laws, and that validates the source of authority. Religion is when you have a big question in life and you need an answer. What is the source of authority? What is the authority that can answer your question? We will have a new dataist religion or a new algorithmic religion, which will tell people the source of authority is algorithms, is big data algorithms. You have a big question in life, or a small question in life, the source of authority is the big data algorithm.
If you follow these imaginary laws of the game, because this is all
imagination, they're not part of nature, then you get points. If you break the laws, then you lose points. And if by the time you die, you have a positive balance, then you move to the next level, heaven. And people have been playing these virtual reality games very happily for thousands of years. So why not in the 21st century?
Wow, congratulations, Roei, on the collection. This is phenomenal. The high-end polish, the technical execution, it's so impeccable. The materials, shiny latex, and the way the animations show how the garments or the textile moves. The chiffon bits and pieces on the pants, the material looks transparent and stiff. It's unbelievable, so well done. I don't dare even to estimate how much hours has been used for this.
No, but I do want to mention that, I mean, Yosef Mizrahi was the music production and Peter Fivinger did the environment. And of course, I don't know if you recognize the voice, but we actually reached out for Yuval Noah Harari, the author of Homo Sapiens, because he talked a lot about it, and this was the voice on the back, because as I said, we're here to ask questions, yes. And no perfect guy from him to ask questions.
Thank you so much, and wow, a very impressive production. And it's so important that you emphasized in your keynote the technical flow and the execution, because it's a kind of a misconception, or people who haven't had that, touch surface with this topic, they usually assume that, well, there's one computer program you can update, so create something, and then you maybe can, import it somewhere else. While the reality is that compatibility of all of the computer programs and making everything work, and how details or animations or textures might disappear when you try to import from one place to another, and then the polygon count and the file sizes, it's not an easy job to be a digital couturier.
It's not. I always say it's like when you're like a fashion student and your friends come to you and ask you, can you do a hem for me? Just short it a little bit, and they don't understand how much time it actually takes. It's the same thing. It's taking a lot of hours. Every garment we put a lot of love in.
Yeah, so we stumbled upon those kind of issues when we were putting your garment from this collection into our virtual showroom, but everything worked out perfectly fine in the end. But this is a kind reminder to the audience online: go to our VR showroom, go to Stratosphere, and you will see the final closing bridal white look there highlighted in the end of Stratosphere. Roei, thank you so much. We have to move on with our agenda. Have a nice day. Bye.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
And next, let me introduce our next speaker, Enara Nazarova. Enara is the founder of digital fashion customization engine ARMOAR and host of the Digital Fashion and Art Show on Clubhouse, where she interviews leading professionals and creators. You have to follow Enara at Clubhouse. For the last 7 years, she launched and scaled high-growth startups focused on building tools that empower creators to do what they do best: make things. She has recently been voted as one of the top 30 voices in the metaverse and is on a mission to inspire Web 3.0 technologies that will allow people to express themselves online. Today, she's going to speak about the power of generative fashion NFTs as access for artists and fans. Welcome, Nazarova. Are you in Miami or New York currently?
Hello. Yes, calling in from sunny Miami. It's Art Basel week now. It's really exciting to get to see how this iconic art event is going to be fully transformed, probably permanently, by what's happening in the tech field. So very excited to dive into that as well.
We are excited to hear about more of this. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, Miami Art Basel has been a very traditional space. So right now what we're seeing is how NFTs are trying to transform it together, which is very relevant for our talk today as well. So essentially what we'll dive into is how crypto technology overlaps in particular with the digital fashion sector, as well as the relationship between artists and fans and how it can potentially redefine it altogether. And I would love to just open up with an anecdote that I find fascinating. So I don't know if you know that Merriam-Webster Dictionary voted the word of the year to be resilience. And I have to say, if by the end of this conference, or even by the end of this year, Merriam-Webster doesn't follow Collins Dictionary's lead and make NFTs word of the year, I quit. Because if you haven't been explained to what a non-fungible token is by now, or somebody having tried to tell you what it is, you're either living under a rock, or you just have the gift of selective hearing, and I'm incredibly jealous of you. So let's talk about NFTs, this 3-letter word that's gotten us all excited about it. We started to ask questions: how can this transform the industry of fashion? Can this create new wealth opportunities, new business relationships? Some people will go as far as saying that it can fully facilitate a completely different way of life and a different lifestyle. So I would like to define NFTs as tech's modern counterculture movement. And the reason I've always been very intrigued and inspired by counterculture and subculture is because that's where people went to make their social commentary. That's where change always started, and then it kind of grows into the reality that we get to interface with every single day. So in essence, I would explain NFTs as a new file type, the same way how we talk about JPEGs or MP3s and MP4s and the power that they hold to actually reinvent industries from the ground up. And in the last couple of months, we heard the word NFT go from completely unheard of to then being overhyped and covered by every single news outlet to then slowly in the background becoming the standard of ownership of virtual goods in the various metaverses that are developing right now. But in the same way how we don't think about typing HTTP every single time that we're browsing a website online, I think the function of NFT technology is going to start fading into the background, and the richness of all of the experiences that it can facilitate for us will start to come to the foreground. And what I wanted to know is how exactly NFTs can actually help us express ourselves in the metaverse, leveraging virtual fashion. And I always like to preface that even though this talk is not about climate change, I always like to draw a parallel between what motivates me personally to actually learn more about NFTs and integrate this technology. So this sobering picture is of San Francisco during the height of its forest fires, and it hangs in my home just as a reminder of how a place can be transformed by quote, catastrophic events. And we've seen our world go through many, many changes. We've observed extreme weather events ravage every single one of our continents. And in the words of an award-winning journalist, Naomi Klein, she says that there is no non-radical future waiting ahead of us. So we will have to face radical changes for better or for worse. So now it's really our time to be able to influence this. And I will attempt to draw and illustrate a parallel between the close relationship that our circumstances currently have to NFTs as a technology and how it can help us redesign power structures and creative industries that can help us reach a more balanced and a sustainable lifestyle. And one of the most important pieces, I think, about defining this technology is focusing on how it's transforming the relationship between creators and fans. So most of the time when a new technology comes out, it doesn't inherently change power dynamics or even call them into question. But what's different about NFTs, I think, is that it's not just a technology, but it's also a movement and a mindset shift from a hierarchical to a networked worldview. And if we kind of step back into history, since Industrial Revolution, we've been developing an extractive relationship both around our natural resources as well as human resources. And we can see that in the way that the fashion business is set up, especially when we look at fast fashion, how it is essentially built off of people who are able to subsidize the costs that it's able to cut out. So I do believe that NFTs can redesign and really heal that incentive structure for both businesses and creators to be able to actually transform the way that we are able to exchange value amongst each other. And the relationship between creators and fans, both in fashion, music, art world, most creative industries, has been broken for quite a while. And it's interesting to note that NFT adoption is actually being driven specifically by creatives who have predominantly been very, very dependent on on distributors to be able to actually showcase their creative output. And if we were to draw a parallel between creative output, it would be kind of like water, and distributors who are able to essentially allow the water to reach its users would be the ones that are controlling the pipes. So despite all of the advancements that we've seen in technology most recently, I think this relationship between artists and fans has been transformed the least. And if we look at the way that it's currently set up, is that most creators don't necessarily make money directly from their fan base. Most fans never see any compensation for their contributions that they make towards the creator's success. So both parties want more control, more ownership over the investments of their time, of their resources, and just being able to be actually recognized within the ecosystem that they're both able to facilitate. And this is not isolated to just the arts and music sector, which I think is very often covered when it comes to NFTs. I think fashion really also struggles to balance between the way that it designs its clothing, how it compensates its workers, how clothing is produced, what even happens to the unsold stock and all of the items that are taken off of the floor. So the question that some people in the crypto space will ask is like, why should we even care about fashion? Because intrinsically, I don't think crypto has a very deep love for fashion. It is more of a financial service, but I think there's a really amazing use case for creative industry. So the case for art and music has already been made by, I think, many musicians, many NFT platforms, but fashion as an industry has largely remained unchanged for decades and really, in my opinion, is due for a makeover. And when we look at the size of this industry, it has a $2 trillion market cap. In a recent study from Fashion for Good, they mentioned that in order for the fashion industry to be able to even meet its climate targets, it would need to invest $20 to $30 billion more. That is 3 times that it's currently investing to be able to actually reach those targets. So if we look at feasibility of that, changing human behavior to want to buy more stuff is a very slow process. So if we cannot slow the rate of consumption, we must at least focus on slowing down the rate of production. And it is not fair to tell shoppers or to tell customers to be better shoppers. We have to also tell companies to be better producers. And we can help them and different businesses to be able to reach those targets by giving them additional ways of earning revenue through digital means. And just like we've seen in the fashion show before, it is possible to showcase garments and borrow so much of what fashion is already doing right, and being able to transition and adapt those things to the digital medium natively. So fashion as an industry, I think, is being given a golden opportunity to not only incorporate NFTs as part of its technology, but completely rethink its business model of how it actually delivers its products. So Chris Dixon is somebody who, if you're interested in understanding how the crypto space is evolving, is a must follow on Twitter. So this is a quote from him that he posted recently, saying that fashion is a great offline analogy for what NFTs can be. It is composable, offers bottoms-up adoption, it has subcultures, niche communities, and I would also add to this list that it gives us much better control of the brand narrative because you're able to curate it, and also much better peer-to-peer interaction, especially when it comes to secondary markets and resales, which I think crypto very much has at the core of its technology. So this composable aspect of NFTs allows fashion designers to be able to co-create products with their fan base, which has not been possible before. And the authentication mechanism of NFTs will allow fans to also be able to invest in the creators and the assets that they're able to see appreciate over time. And that doesn't apply to every single asset, but it is possible to see how early work of a creator is able to grow in value as the creator also rises to prominence and grows the community around themselves. And for myself, I am from a Central Asian country called Turkmenistan, and the best part is that we're no longer have to be based in a fashion capital of the world, whether it be Tokyo, London, New York, or Milan, to be able to actually participate in what the future of fashion is going to be. So this is now a global conversation, attracting global talent and becoming highly more borderless and global. So to me, it's an exciting time to be a designer in this space. And if we're looking at this paradigm shift where the designer now has become the facilitator and the fan is the co-creator of the same asset, what exactly can a fashion NFT then give us access to? So in my mind, the short answer is customization. If we think of fashion in terms of what are some of the primary use cases of how we get to leverage it, the first one is, of course, function, being able to go outside when it's cold, and it's primarily fulfilled by physical clothing. And there's also a very important cognitive, mental, and emotional element to fashion, which is covered by fun. It's about self-expression of our individual identity, of our cultural identity. And we've, over the last couple of years, have been incubating our virtual identities across social networks since the moment we started to create our very first usernames and profiles online, which in the larger scope, in the larger picture, actually communicates the digital myth of who we are to the larger world. So both fashion and NFTs are about identity and personalization and being able to actually create a world that reflects our inner world. And as more virtual economies start to emerge and more virtual worlds start to develop, our very human desire to want to customize and to make things our own will continue to persist in the metaverse as well. And if we look at how this actually compares to our physical reality, if your shirt is black, it will most likely remain black. But digitally, clothes can become a canvas, and they can capture interactive memories. They can be infused with data sets. They can serve as access to both offline and online experiences, which I think is very, very important for the fashion industry, because fashion has primarily been very focused on its physical component of being able to focus on craftsmanship, how you design the clothing, how it's sold, how you talk about your heritage. So now digital is not necessarily upending that, but it's starting to extend that conversation and connecting it to the ecosystem that's developing now, which is primarily and heavily more and more digital. And if we were to compare to the shift in behavior habits here as well, if we look at how we used to show off our clothing when we were younger, it would most likely be in school. If you got a new pair of shoes, you'll go to school. Your friends might comment saying like, hey, I like your new sneakers. Now, also, because kids spend so much more time online, they're seeing that there's a very limited amount of people that can see what you're wearing in your physical reality, and who limited to your classmates. However, online, because it is technically an infinite landscape, the reach of how many more people can appreciate your curation and the assets you acquire is tenfold. So the driving mechanism of that is actually behind NFTs is this social cultural appeal and their ability to do what physical objects can't, which is change and response to stimulus and to new information. And this is exactly what generative art is all about. So generative NFTs are, in my opinion, the building blocks of this customization mechanism. If we look at a successful project in the past, CryptoKitties was the first generative NFT use case that I was able to put this technology into practice. It showed us that this joy of being able to discover, to co-create, to anticipate the algorithmic combinations of being able to do something with a computer made people very excited and also very invested collectors. So generative NFTs are the fundamental building blocks of being able to continue to proliferate this process of being able to make things that are virtual your own. And while physical fashion offers customization through fabrics and the brick and mortar experience that it is designed to a T, digital fashion NFTs can then be personalized with generative textures that are embedded with metadata of all kinds. So it can have the ability to do that, to add interactivity to assets by adding nested information such as audio, video, or rich metadata. You can also engineer and create surprising randomization outcomes instead of pandering to instant reward mechanisms, which are quite prevalent right now on most social platforms on the internet. And you can also build very different incentive structures that will allow fans to profit from the designer's success. So there's no manufacturing, packaging, no delivery vehicles, no use of natural resources or distribution as we know it actually needed. And again, just because something is digital does not mean that it has no effect and no output, that you're still using energy to be able to create products. But in comparison to the physical industry, the gap is quite vast. So as a real world component, some of these NFTs can also give you access to physical events such as social events, games, narratives. It can give you access to activations where you're able to actually bring your community wherever they are and have them meet in person. So there's the role of a company as a fashion company can transform because of what fashion NFTs can actually facilitate for them. And the question that I also love to ask for every single person that has the power to build is, just because we can create all of these tools and all of these systems, all of these new garments, doesn't necessarily mean that we should. So when we're building these new technologies, who exactly are we building them for? Something that I've been noticing in media recently is that there's been a lot of apocalyptic movies, zombie apocalypse, alien invasions, there's superheroes having to come like save our world. And I believe that science fiction doesn't necessarily predict our future, but it definitely illustrates the fear that we get to experience today. And you can see that in movements like cyberpunk, steampunk, Blade Runner. So instead of imagining this uninhabitable future where people have failed and access to quality products and luxury goods becomes available to only very few, and things like digital fashion can become something as terrible as poor person's invisible clothes that they never get to experience. So that disparity does not become our reality, I started to look into other movements that can inspire the opposite. And there's one that I discovered recently that I think we can all walk away with feeling a bit better about some of the ideas that are rising within this Web3 digital fashion community, and it's called solar punk. So it's the idea that there's a future where humanity does rise to its challenges that it's facing right now, no matter how monumental they feel, by actually leveraging technology and reaching collective prosperity through rewiring hierarchical networks to networks that can benefit symbiotically to all of the communities. So this vision might not sell as many movies, but I definitely think that this theme is dominating the conversation around Web3, NFTs, as well as digital fashion. So I am so thrilled to even see a conference like EXTHEREAL to exist, because digital fashion just a year ago was still struggling to even become recognized as an actual industry, that it has potential to disrupt so many sectors. So I'm really excited to see how this conversation continues to extend and more designers are starting to step into the space. And I know that many of the designers also, never asked permission to be able to start doing this. So I feel very excited that people have the agency to be able to access 3D programs, increasingly more so because they're becoming more affordable and starting to create visions of that they have in their mind. And I always love to close out the presentation with my favorite quote, to inspire everybody to go to infinity and beyond. I mean, Toy Story, I think, has been at the center of our childhood imaginations, and I still hold on to that vision to be able to push forward and ask better of our industries and also support our creatives to be able to do the work on their own terms. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Enara. That was a full package of information. As I said earlier, do follow her at Clubhouse. Enara, you talked before that you follow things before they come trend, you follow subcultures or things that bubble underground. Where are you following those?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these conversations happen primarily amongst community members. So if you were to read comments on different pictures and kind of seeing the sentiment that people express, the conversations that happen in Telegram groups, in Discord chats, Twitter, I think there's so many people that are participating in this discussion very publicly now. And the way that especially the crypto ecosystem has been developing is that there is a desire to congregate in smaller groups to be able to have a deeper, higher quality experience of exchanging information. And it is not about one person having all the answers anymore. It's about asking, what do you know about the subject matter? What have you been seeing? Do you have any examples? And this connectivity between exchanging knowledge from not only from different continents, different countries, but also seeing different networks and different industries are starting to create really unique solutions within these ecosystems, because digital fashion in itself requires technical talent. It requires people that understand the fashion industry as it is currently, and also can push us further to be able to actually meet the technical challenges like so many described through this conference, from poly count to be able to actually create interoperability and so on. So definitely spend more time in your Discord chats, Telegram groups, and read comments under the photos and the content that people post to be able to tap into the thinking that's starting to develop around this movement.
It takes a lot, like you put those leads together and think inside your head that what is the outcome of all these things that bubble underground. And yeah, I couldn't be more excited about the designers are now kind of new superstars, if you may say so, that everyone wants to have content creators and how they meet the fans. And at the earlier panel, there was a discussion that even competitors now, they need to start co-working together, because this space is evolving so fast that if you want to stay relevant, that you have to be able to work also with your competitors. Have you seen that phenomenon also?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all pushing for that to become our reality, because it is the mentality of a winner takes all, I think, is very Web 2 focused, where there's one company dominating the entire ecosystem that is able to design a solution that just fits everybody. I think the idea is that we're trying to mimic the most technologically advanced system known to us right now, which is nature, and it fully functions on biodiversity, on being able to be resilient towards input, and I think we can mimic that even in our business models. So when competitors look at each other as closed ecosystems that cannot exchange information, when they do open up to each other, I think you start to see how much synergy and how much crossover you can actually have amongst each other's communities, and how the customer in the end actually gets to benefit from a better product, which is really the focus, is that a brand is there to service the customer base that enjoys or is in need of their product, and being able to create it in the best possible way, considering how it produces it and also how people get to use it. So seeing this notion of cross-collaboration grow and develop, especially as it's being powered and advocated for by digital fashion, I think is really exciting, and is definitely a new way of thinking for the fashion industry.
Thank you. And I also see as you mentioned, that the fashion capital maybe doesn't necessarily need to be anymore in London, Milan, Paris, New York. It can be, well, in Helsinki as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's also really exciting because we need to reroute the conversation to say that fashion does not belong to the metropolitan cities. It belongs to everybody who gets to experience it. I think it's so reflective of different cultures. People have incredible ideas from all corners of the world, and be able to make space and room for that, I think will only give us a much richer, more exciting fashion ecosystem. There's no need to close those doors.
Absolutely on spot, and this is the logic when we had approximately a year ago when we started EXTHEREAL. We are in Helsinki, we are in the Nordics, we don't have, for example, you know, the same kind of reputation as Paris or Milan or London or New York as a fashion capital have. But as a metaverse fashion capital or a digital fashion, you don't necessarily have to be linked or synced with the geospatial location where you are. And I think EXTHEREAL is an excellent proof of this, because we have had speakers starting from New Zealand to LA and Miami across the entire Europe as far as the time zone fits. But that is an opportunity that technology offers us, that we can have all of these collaboration and presentation and ongoing dialogue and inspiration to our audiences in real time or recorded and provided like this. Thank you so much, Enara, for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Our next speaker, Krista, we have Embassy on the agenda.
Yes.
Embassy is a young team of digital engineers and management graduates specializing in photorealistic 3D fashion design, animation, and zero-waste pattern making. Unfortunately, Kim couldn't make it to our event this time. She got ill, but she pre-recorded a session for us. So we're gonna have a look at her presentation in a recorded mode. Kim, we really hope that you're feeling better and getting better ASAP, but we're still very glad to have you on and Embassy on the agenda. And
in the virtual fashion room.
Exactly, that was the next comment. So in case you haven't checked out yet the virtual showroom on Outspace VR, Kim and then collective of students have a whole half of pavilion in Stratosphere dedicated to them, and very, very impressive digital outfits. So without any further ado, let's go to Embassy's keynote, and I think the title should be Fashion Designer 2.0. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Kim Band. I'm very glad to be here presenting to you my work in a little speech about Design Engineer 2.0. First of all, I want to introduce myself. I am one of the founders of Embassy. We are a young team of fashion design and textile engineers specialized in virtual garment construction. Our mission is to create immersive fashion experiences and applications through the intersection of fashion and technology. We are based in Cologne, Germany, and with the digitalization of clothing and accessories, we are opening new perspectives for the fashion industry. A variety of projects we were able to participate were, for example, digitizing haute couture pieces and creating a digital runway show with our own designs for Helsinki and London Fashion Week, over to digital sampling for production companies, up to immersive showroom experiences we conceived with textile and clothing technology students from the Niederrhein University of Applied Science in Germany. We are very honored to be mentioned in various top fashion magazines as Vogue Italia, Fashion United Germany, and also being nominated as Next Generation Creatives from British Fashion Council regarding the Fashion Awards 2020. Our philosophy is that we care deeply about what we do, and our main philosophy is to not let waste arise in any step of our workflow. The first step, the design of clothing, of course. A lot of companies and startups have great ideas trying to recycle already worn clothes and materials, and that is a great movement. but intervene at a much further point in the product life cycle and not let physical material waste build up at all. That is our mood. Lower material consumption and new silhouettes result through the new design of going digital. Our goal is to show people a different, better way of making clothes, far away from fast fashion and environmental pollution. After I introduce myself, I really want to emphasize what we provide. First of all, we can digitize your collection. From virtual manufacturing, virtual prototyping, we are helping to change your habits to a sustainable driven workflow by adding technology. We can create digital portfolios and tech packs for manufacturers, for brands, for traditional fashion designers, and help them towards a more technology-based and sustainable approach. Also, we do augmented reality as a kind of marketing tool. So we have knowledge in AR and VR. We can do virtual try-on experiences for sales, face filter for Instagram, and also 3D effects in music videos. And the third point that we provide as projects for clients is digital showroom experiences, so-called virtual installations. We create platforms of your desire to connect with the customer. Our latest project, which I will present today, is the digital showroom. Under the motto, coming together while being apart, we created a virtual showroom experience with fashion students from University of Applied Science in Germany. It was an external curriculums course without any credit points, but with highly motivated students, which wanted to enter the cyberspace of fashion with us. We had fourth the amount of applications, which we only could accept due to technical conditions and all kinds of levels knowing about virtual clothes. We catched up fully virtually every Friday and teach them software to create the ideas. We developed the course as an experimental project in order to combine cross-curricular competencies like learning software, but also remaining the traditional way of collection methodology by voting on trends, colors, and forms that look harmoniously together as they used to do it in their semester. The aim also was to highlight their work in an interactive digital portfolio, as you can see in the showroom, and be able to show their skills to a worldwide audience. Virtual fashion shopping experiences like this can also drive conscious decision to a more aware future of consuming. If we are able to provide digital fashion to anyone as easy as attending a video call, it will be revolutionary. We see great potential for digital projects at universities like this in the future. Especially due to the pandemic situation, there was a large number of necessary areas of application, new digital formats. The digital competence of students needs an expansion in order to design innovative solutions and clothes in virtual consumer worlds. Also, we were delighted to take place in the Fashion Sustain conference as panel speakers in expertise the future work which needs to be done and share my view of a future clothing industry. We also get the chance to show the presentation video from the cyberspace we created with the students. The goal of Frankfurt Fashion Week is working together on creating a whole digital and physical ecosystem of fashion weeks, contemporary trade concepts, and innovative applications to add. And we are very happy that we are on board and can shape the future with Frankfurt Fashion Week for Germany and also for Europe. As we are talking about the future of fashion, we have three major points from our brand philosophy, from our studio's philosophy, that we want to consider being the most important for the future. And the first point is digitalization. It has been apparent for many years that digitization in any kind of industry is changing retail. And thus, the way in which consumers come into contact with fashion changes. The digitalization of the supply chain will have an even more comprehensive impact as soon as a consistently digitized product development and product management strategy has been successfully introduced at all stages of the supply chain, which ultimately extends to the consumer. And this allows traditional fashion to react much faster to trends. In addition, the very real-looking 3D developed products can be marketed online before they have even been produced. So digital visuals are revolutionizing the way fashion and clothing products are designed, presented, and sold right now. From design to sampling to catwalk and social media campaigns, and also more automation in manufacturing will bring the production facilities closer to the markets. So our main focus is to bring digitalization and 3D products into traditional brands, into traditional fashion brands, and help them to engage with technology to push their designs to a new approach. The second point of the future of fashion, which is very important to us, is sustainability, of course, and circularity. And I think to 100% that digital fashion is the key to every sustainable goal a brand is thriving for. It would take a lot of talking, explaining, and compromising when switching to digital creating, but I'm 100% sure digital fashion can create a huge impact towards a better fashion industry. The digitalization of products can be used as transparent communication tool inside the company, but also makes it more easy to communicate with retailers, production, factory, and consumers. As I always say, digital fashion is not here to steal, but to give glow up in any kind of sustainable approach, because we have just one world. The third, but also a very important point that we are consistently working on is education. And if you ask me, if fashion goes virtual, what does that mean for emerging talents from university? I would say right time, right place. I guess it's every young human's dream to modify society and to be part of a movement. And actually, this is the time now. Especially during the pandemic, students got more technically socialized than ever. It opened up new playgrounds of creativity. Whole new cyber economies extended to learn, to communicate, and of course, to create. Every student is highly motivated in creating sustainable, and with digital fashion, it's actually possible to fulfill every dream of garment which is on their minds in a non-physical world and not waste a peanut. I just can give a hint to every fashion design student who is struggling right now and cannot decide, am I sticking to the traditional fashion design methodology, or will I be able to adapt new technology softwares in order to get a job? Take every course which is led to tech and fashion, learn software, educate yourself in 3D besides university, and do what it takes to take the wave of the future, even if it's not yet taught in university. You will need to obtain the right skill to enter the industry in the future, because digitalization and 3D products will be there. To what I said, I don't want to point fingers at universities nor the industry for highlighting failure or weakness of teaching, but if we are pointing at a sustainable and innovative future on both sides, we must definitely change habits, inter and extracurricular. That means that universities also need to listen to students, and students need to learn from that. The future fashion student will need a bundle of mixed skills, both in traditional fashion but also technological knowledge. We can all relate when thinking of lockdowns restricted to the pandemic, for example. Our lives were set to zero and we changed behaviors to work and life fundamentally. Some of them have actually the relevance to stay, and that creative mindset I wish to see in future educational programs. To end my presentation today, I just want to highlight some of the benefits of going digital for you. There are, in general, thousands of opportunities when choosing virtual clothing. I mean, you have limitless potential when it comes to pattern, textures, and movement of the garment. You can even wear floating water as an evening gown or boots which are on fire. So everything is possible in the digital space. That's why we are very happy to share with you that we are participating as exhibitors in the virtual showroom from EXTHEREAL Conference this year. You can now explore our looks dystopia and utopia from tomorrow on until the metaverse is closed again, and hopefully this will never happen. So we teamed up with German fashion design students and brought them with us to also highlight their work in a collective creation process. And I really want to move you all to go and check out the virtual space Olesja and the team of DressX brought to life and explore the different looks. Thank you all for listening to my speech, and now download Altspace VR and check out the showroom.
Thank you, Embassy, for your keynote. And yes, it was wonderful to see some of the looks on the screen, the ones that are featured in the virtual showroom. So if someone hasn't checked it out yet, reminder, that will be open. So it doesn't close today or tomorrow. It will be open for at least a week with the same code, and actually probably a month go ahead. We have a little bit surprised changes on our agenda because Kim couldn't make it for the entire keynote. So we have actually kind of almost a break in our agenda, but of course we can't have a digital coffee break. That's why we decided to provide another keynote for you. And it gives me a lot of pleasure and honor to introduce to you the next speaker, who is going to be our very own EXTHEREAL co-founder, Krista Jäntti. Krista is a UX designer for virtual reality. She is both very tech savvy, but she always considers human-centric design for UX. And it's, Krista, your time to shine with a keynote about how virtual and physical worlds fuse. You're very welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Olesja. And to be honest, it was a bit surprise to me as well, but here goes. So I will tell a little bit about the background story of EXTHEREAL and also go through a little bit about how virtual and physical worlds fuse. After almost 3 days, these staggering numbers don't come as a surprise to anyone. But still, you can see that the textile waste is really a big problem. In 2020, the textile waste number was 92 million tons. And if we do nothing, if we keep on consuming fashion like we do today, the number is going to be 134 million tons. And Olga yesterday put everything into scale, so I did a little bit of the same, and I transferred this waste as blue whales. So you can imagine if you put blue whales in a line, there's going to be almost 900,000 blue whales. And in addition to that, we can't keep flying like it's the year 2019 because of the carbon dioxide footprint. So that's why one of the reasons was that we are going to be fully virtual. So our missions are, we really want to promote sustainable brands, sustainable fashion brands, because as we heard today, we can't go naked. We still need clothes. So we want clothes to be more sustainable and also promote reuse, rent, repair kind of thinking. And the trends could live in fully digital form. And third thing is that we want to reduce carbon footprint by making fashion showrooms virtual and also fashion shows virtual. And one thing is also, I would love to add, is butterflies. Valentin Karabanov also got inspirations from butterflies. So did us. So it's not a coincidence the logo is a butterfly. You are going to see more butterflies later. But let's get on to the subject, merging digital and physical. I know this is an old picture, and probably XR people are pulling their hair now, like, why did she show that old picture? Because if you work at the XR space, everything that is over 3 years old is like, hey, come on, that's a dinosaur egg. But still, bear with me, I have a point on this. So on the left, you see real world. The real world is, of course, what we are experiencing right now. I'm breathing human. And on the right side, it's a fully virtual world, like 100% virtual. And in the middle, of course, there's augmented reality or mixed reality or spatial computing. Let me still explain spatial computing. So, for example, if I would have a virtual Pikachu from Pokemon Go, the virtual Pikachu would be here in the chair. I don't know if you can zoom in a little bit here. So the virtual Pikachu could jump from this chair to the floor and maybe back to the chair. So it knows the environment where the virtual thing is in. So that's why we call it spatial computing. But back to the picture. We can think of the same picture, a spectrum from 0 to 100 digital. And as you can see here, I'm almost real world, but I have a layered digital outfit on me. And of course, that's found from a DressX app. And on the right side, well, I have fully virtual avatar representing myself. Ready Player Me avatar. And to share our future vision, we can be honest at this stage. The AR glasses of today, they are a little bit on the R&D side, but still we have to think about beyond R&D. Next year, Apple is going to launch their AR glasses, and we don't know what is going to happen then. But our vision is that one day we will be wearing AR glasses, and trends could live as layered on the top of what we are having already. Enara previously talked about how fashion could live in a virtual form, and I really want to build on top of that. So if I would wear physical t-shirt, then my co-founder put her glasses on, and she will see some sparkling effects that are branded with that t-shirts. So in that sense, the fashion companies can still make a revenue, but still we would wear more sustainable clothes. And avatar fashion, as we have heard many times, is about our identity, but it's also about status. And let me lend my son, who's 12 years old, as he put it, like, Mom, nobody wants to wear free default skins, well, clothes, but of course the gaming industry calls them skins. Like, it's so embarrassing to have those default skins. And I come to think this as an analogy from the schoolyard from the 90s, that if you don't wear the right kind of clothes, nobody will team up with you. And now we can take the same thinking to metaverse. Nobody will team up with you if you are like not trendy. But why to choose between physical and digital? Because you can have actually both. Next year, Microsoft is going to have this possibility to have yourself represented as an avatar. So if you are going to have a bad hair day, you can choose like, hey, I'm going to be avatar today. So I think that is going to be cool. But also a little bit about virtual influencers. We have heard a lot about Lily Michaela, Imagram, Shudu, but one of the latest was presented by Prada and L'Oreal is Candy. And why are our companies having these virtual influencers? Is that people tend to engage with them even more than with the real people. But then again, I'm going back to the storytelling, that if you are only going to have a virtual influencers that is going to pose with the product, that is not going to be very engaging. So you have to think further to make those virtual influencers really like engaging people, if you may call them people, to follow. They need to have a background story. They need to have virtual life. They need to have friends. They need to have an environment where they live on. And that makes the story lively. So almost like you would be a scripting a story for a film, you need to bring that person alive in that sense, because otherwise they are starting to feel fake. I mean fake in the wrong way. And where do I think this will go? Well, there is a company called Alexis AI, and they are having these INFTs, so interactive intelligent NFTs. They are bringing these virtual beings alive, meaning they are powered by artificial intelligence. So there are going to be more intelligence in this, and you can participate in this too. So you can create a one, or you can start training one of those existing beings, as we call, because they're not always humans. As you can see, there's a Dracula on the left. So that was about my story and the story behind EXTHEREAL.
Thank you, Krista. Thank you so much for your keynote. And now we're going to have a proper break with the video, and we'll be back in a short while with more keynotes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We wanted to create an event that combines art, fashion and technology into one. So we arranged a catwalk, a fashion show of exquisite couture evening gowns in our innovation hub, and we hosted a virtual reality exhibition of fashion illustration. Having worked in few projects relating to virtual reality, I'm super enthusiastic and excited about it. So I wanted to learn how to paint in virtual reality so I can do my fashion illustrations in it. It proved to be one of the most inspiring and interesting, fun things to do that I've tried recently. It's like creating sculptures in the air with your movements. This is about creating an immersive experience for couture fashion. Couture fashion is something very distant from the ordinary everyday life, and we don't often get to see beautiful gowns like this. But virtual reality technology can bring immersive and special magical experiences like this to wider audiences to enjoy.
Kun lähdin kokoamaan pukuja tähän collectioniin, niin halusin luoda sellaisia asuja, jotka sopivat tietynlaisen atmosfäärin sisälle, mutta jotka kuitenkin tuovat erilaisia elementtejä kokonaisuuteen. Punaisena lankana tässä on ollut tietysti luxury, mutta myös vahva naisellisuus yhdistettynä herkkyyteen, joka taas näkyy materiaalien valinnassa. Täällä on ollut paljon tylliä, upeita pitsejä, helmikirjailuja, silkkiä ja toisaalta värimaailmassa, joka on melkoisen hempeä ja herkkä. Mutta kuitenkin täytyy sanoa, että nämä ovat vahvan naisen pukuja, joissa näkyy ripaus menneen maailman glamuuria. Pukusuunnittelun pohjana on inspiraatio, joka voi lähteä mistä hyvänsä. Se voi tulla taiteesta, luonnosta, tai se voi olla joku tietty mielentila, tai tietenkin asiakas itse. Ja usein prosessi lähtee joko idean kautta, milloin siihen lähdetään etsimään täydellistä kangasta, tai sitten sitä kautta, että on olemassa materiaali, joka lähtee viemään inspiraatiota tiettyyn suuntaan. Tänä massamuodin aikana couture-muoti tarjoaa jotain täysin toisenlaista. Jotain sellaista, jonka keskiössä on aidosti laadukkuus ja yksilöllisyys, eikä niin, että ne ovat vain sanoja, joita on helppo heitellä ilmaan. Kaiken pohjana on siis parhaat materiaalit ja se, että lähdetään löytämään asiakkaan persoona ja hänen toiveensa pukuun, ja myöskin, että puku istuu täydellisesti. Itselleni suunnittelijana on aina ensiarvoisen tärkeää, että puku on mahdollisimman monikäyttöinen, mikä myös tukee kestävän kehityksen ajatusta. Tämä saadaan aikaan sillä, että lähes kaikki pukuni ovat tehty irrallisista osista, joita asiakas voi sitten jatkossa hyödyntää monenmoisina kombinaatioina. Couture-puvut ovatkin aarteita, joita ei todellakaan heitetä pois missään vaiheessa, vaan ne palvelevat pitkään aikaa sekä upean kestävän designinsa, mutta myös loistavan työnjäljen vuoksi. Tämä yhteistyöprojekti sekä Olesjan että Accenturen kanssa on ollut itsellenikin todella inspiroiva kokemus. Ei ainoastaan, koska se on ollut tämmöinen poikkitaiteellinen, mutta myös koska teknologia on tuonut siihen oman osansa. Ja on aina inspiroivaa olla tekemisissä oman alansa huippujen kanssa.
This project is innovation in its true form, created by a cross-functional team of experts. Exactly what the Liquid Studio concept is about. And we're back from the break. Hopefully you were able to read the subtitles. Some part of the presentation was in Finnish. We don't expect our audience to know Finnish that well yet after 3 days with us. I would like to present our next speaker. Her name is Giovanna Graziosi Casemiro. She is another example, just like Krista, of a really smart, strong woman in tech, in XR tech. Giovanna is an XR senior producer at Decentraland Foundation. She is also a multimedia creator with experience as digital project manager and producer. She's working in digital design and she has experience in multiple platforms and XR industry. She has been teaching, she has been working in different locations in Asia, North America, South America, Europe. We had the pleasure to meet over the internet, but also in Finland. She has a PhD at the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism at University of Sao Paulo, and with research on digital memory and contemporary heritage, contributing to the concept of open source heritage. Giovanna, can you hear us?
I definitely can, Olesja. Hello, everyone.
Hello, so great to have you on the line. Where physically are you located this time, in which part of the world?
I am right now in Miami.
Okay, sounds amazing. Every time we talk with you, it's in a different place.
Exactly. I'm here for a conference that is happening on NFTs, so it's being interesting to be here.
Great, so it sounds like we have a teleport between two different conferences happening at like real time. Congratulations on your new job. You're probably going to tell a little bit more about what it is and what you're going to do there. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So it's a great pleasure to be here and accept the invitation from the EXTHEREAL team. And today I'm proposing to talk a little bit about how fashion can expand and debate a little the concepts, because when I started working with wearables in 2009, it was pretty much about physical computing. And I think today we see more and more the transformation of that particular concept. But before I go to my presentation, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what I experienced in my professional career. And thank you very much, Olesja, for her introduction. As she mentioned, nowadays I work for the Decentraland Foundation, which is a nonprofit inside the platform of Decentraland, which is one of the decentralized platforms in the metaverse that proposes people to socialize and build their own world. And it has been a great experience to see how the community of fashion is very engaged in participating on the NFT community and even creating experiences that are immersive inside those metaverses. So I think that I'm going to start actually bringing you back to the beginning of my career when I actually started working with physical computing. And kind of try to understand a little bit more the term of wearable. Probably during the conference, a lot of the speakers brought that term up. But it is interesting to know that in the beginning, the wearable technology, at least in the beginning when I started, it was pretty much related to a category of electronic devices, right, that we could wear as accessories. They were related to having some sensors attached to our clothing. And I think everybody have been through it and were able to utilize Arduino, Raspberry Pi, or all those technologies. And I remember that when I actually started researching wearables, and actually at at school, at college, I really did research on Stylé, this artist that I'm showing, because he was really a very key person in the performing arts world. And he always brought this idea of exoskeletons and how we could expand our bodies. So it was always provoking to me to think how we can really go beyond our body limitations and how we can actually create new functions for parts of our bodies. And he was one of those very inspiring figures that would do that and would try to do that in a very analog way. I would even say in a very hacking way, because he would just try to create those robotic extensions and play with his body. And I think it's very interesting when you see artists not taking their body so seriously, in the sense that it's not that divine that I cannot not play with it. And then I started deeply researching actually microcontrollers for fashion, because I worked in a studio that was focused in wearables, and especially wearables using Arduino, which was a big thing, I think, in 2009. Everybody was talking about Arduinos. And it was quite interesting because it would really bring to everybody's reality the possibility to customize something using microcontrollers. So you could create art pieces, you could create clothes pieces that they were literally interactive. And even Arduino launched a collection called Lilypad, which were like sensors and microcontrollers that were designed for fashion with conductive thread, conductive ink. And that was really great because I had the opportunity to really experience all of those possibilities in a very original way with my friends and colleagues that were artists. And here you can see some examples of what artists were doing back then. They were really going with this idea of exploring the fabrics and incorporating those electronics, those components into the clothing. And that's very interesting because it is a way to actually get into what today we understand as wearables. And I decided then to do a particular project that is not directly related to wearing something, but is still, or to discuss fashion per se, but it still was very interesting to understand the presence of the body in this space. This was a project I developed in 2016 with Red Bull Brazil. And they had a residency for artists, and they used to call that basement residency. So it was like very much like a hacker residence. We would be dealing with electronics and really create our own circuits or components. And we created what we called, me and my colleague at work called Lina Lopez by then, a project named Interactive Swings. It's very far from what we have been doing the last 2 years of pandemic, but this was a swing with electronic circuit that we hang in a huge bridge in São Paulo downtown, where there's a lot of gentrification and social problems. And that was a swing that would allow people to touch each other. And when they would touch each other, they would like close the electronic circuit and it would shine, turn on the swing or this urban furniture. That was something that really touched me because I was really thinking like, look at that. We don't even know the power of our bodies. And in that case, they are the conductive line literally of the whole dynamic of this object. And that's when I think I realized the power of the discussion of fashion and the body presence in the virtual scheme of things. And that particular project helped me a lot in understanding open source communities and how we can connect people literally, physically, or through communities because it was all open source and community oriented. And of course, we saw in the last many years, and actually I would say in the last decade, we all normalized so much the idea of physical wearables because the industry make it very, very popular. So what we call the smart devices. And I think more and more we have new objects that become somehow extension of our bodies. I know that we all are connected through our iWatches and Fitbits and the new rings that are being launched to help us to have a better lifestyle. And it is interesting to see how this was so easily incorporated by the industry. As soon as they were able to figure the tech out, they were able to put it out there and everybody made it such a common thing. even up to the point that I see some people with wireless headphones and they just simply don't remove it. It's like it's a permanent part of our bodies. But of course, as a researcher, as Alessia mentioned, my PhD was a lot related to open source solutions and to trying to be very critical in how we see technology nowadays. So when we see this kind of devices, which I have some of those, we all do, we still question ourselves, like, what are the limits they have in our bodies, right? How much our bodies belong to us and the data our bodies are generating belong to us. And in my research career so far, I always feel surprised in how major corporations are eventually tracking our bodies. This is an example of part of the Google Maps service that is called Timeline. And not everybody knows you can actually access your records of everywhere you have been, but they are doing that all the time. It's part of the system, and you can access your reports of where did you walk, for how long you stopped, how long did you stay somewhere, if you purchased something. And that is really curious to imagine all the things that are tracking our bodies and what are this information and visually, because these maps, they are very interesting to observe as well, that our bodies are generating without we even comprehending the dimension, the scale of that body. So our bodies are really expanding when you look into those informations. And of course, we come from a moment where those major corporations, they were talking about wearables, they were making those wearable solutions that will be incorporated in our daily lives and make things easier, and they still do. But then the blockchain discussion became very strong, of course, in the last 10 years. Of course, it's not something new, but it became popular in the last few years. And suddenly, the discussion of crypto anarchy, which is a very interesting term in a manifesto that I invite everybody to read about, the open source community, the open source idea, and even the community-oriented projects, I think they started to become strong. And the idea of wearables started changing as well, because suddenly we see a different use of that term that opened the world to what people are calling the metaverse, but it makes us think that everything has a time to exist, right? And I think when people started seeing video games and their like the props and the skins and even Second Life or The Sims, a game that I played a lot, people didn't see really a value in, oh, this is not really wearable, or if it is in a very isolated reality. But then with the metaverses coming into life and popularizing, we see the birth of a new understanding of wearables that goes beyond the physical computing. Actually, it goes back to actually a more virtualized experience of fashion, which plays with physics, which allows us to go beyond our body presence and our body limitations in a way, right? And that's very interesting because I feel sometimes we have those back and forth in between virtual solutions and then eventually physical solutions attached to that virtual solution. And that's a cycle we keep seeing. So when we see all the amazing projects people are doing like DressX and The Fabric, and there's so many brands, I had the opportunity as well to meet some of those here in the conference in Miami. You see the power of fashion and how fashion is being given to everybody to be part of. And that's a great feeling. I feel that the new wearables, the ones that are inside the metaverse and in the context of NFTs as well, they open the door to fashion to everybody to experience that in a way. And it's not just about our bodies, it's about exploding the clothing. It's about the experience of that particular piece, it's about the narrative. And it really makes clear, I think, to everyone that fashion is art, if there was any doubt about it, because I feel that it makes it that art piece, is that collection item, is something that was put a lot of thought and plays with the environment and with your body as well inside those worlds. And of course, it's not going to stop there, because I think the metaverse is starting in the platforms that can allow that kind of experience virtually, but is going to come out very soon, in my opinion, with mixed reality technologies like even Krista was talking before me. Because the truth is, it's going to be a merged world. And you see that in a lot of fashion brands doing experiences, right? In trying to create sustainable fashion and bringing the idea of those amazing outfits that they belong to this mixed world, this hybrid nature, which is fantastic. And I love to see what is going on. So I think slowly we see the transformation of the understanding of wearables, and you start seeing that creativity is taking over, and now we can dress ourselves in many realms, and they will be eventually merged, allowing artists to create their pieces, and we will be somehow in between these two realities, playing with it. And somehow it will connect us to the beginning of wearables in the presentation, because the truth is people were looking for this. They were looking for using sensors and electronic components to create pieces that could say something, pieces that could actually dialogue with our bodies and with our body feeling and body presence. And I think that's what we see a lot in the new creations within the metaverse and the NFT community in the virtual fashion. And of course, then you have the collection items. And because my background, the beginning of my career was in arts, pretty much connected with the art market and the overall curator community, it's very interesting to see how the NFTs in fashion and the overall wearables NFTs, they really associate with the dynamic of the art market, that precious product that people want to collect, and they become incorporated by great brands that have already the fame of being precious, like, for example, Burberry. And they become part of this new economy that is raising, which is very interesting to see, because it is allowing great creators to create their own scene. And I think that is really fabulous, because it empower other people and connect new creators, underground creators with great brands. And I think that's the great thing about blockchain and you seeing the metaverse being shaped. It's way more horizontal. So it gives chance to everybody to be part of this wearable transformation. And then if you really look into what we're comparing here, it's pretty much that there was a time that the discussion was way more about what is tangible, right? This tangible fashion that is going to be high-tech tangible is smart clothing. But then 20 years later, we're talking about intangible things. So maybe there will be something in between, right? Something that we're going to go way beyond our imagination, and we're going to just cross those limits. So when I always look into the idea of mixed reality and how the fashion is going to expand and the new wearables are going to really come out of the screens, I always go back to actually Chanel catwalks, because I really felt that they were already talking about immersive experiences in a way, trying to create those very immersive scenes and transporting people, and not just Chanel, so many other brands, they really were doing that. But there was that already in fashion. But then what we see with metaverses is that it's happening. So here we have on the left, I don't know if you're seeing left or right, but one side you have a real catwalk, physical one, and the other one is a scene from inside the Centraland. And it's interesting to see that we are actually doing what we always wanted to do with fashion, which is to create those immersive environments that can tell a story. And now that story is even deeper. You can really do quests. You can really explore. So this first person feeling brings, I think, the wearable and fashion experience to another level. And just a joking, but what goes around comes around, because the truth is, all of that we're creating inside the metaverse and inside those virtual platforms, they eventually will come out of that screen, as I was mentioning, and that is going to be another interesting wave. But it's still very much dependent on which solutions we're going to find, especially like tech solutions that will allow mixed reality to be a normal thing, and we eventually may normalize that. But we can see already that the augmented reality community is doing a lot of good work in trying to bring fashion pieces to the physical spaces. And then I bring some examples on how augmented reality has been working, has been around for a while, trying to break the rules with some projects I did in the past. For example, this was a Vesala concert in which we were able to actually make the the overall narrative of her song show up with augmented reality live during the show. It was a real time. And I always thought, why not do the same with fashion? And people were doing so. The same about this other project I developed in 2017 in Boston, which was a time travel that would change the facade of this particular heritage site. And I always thought as well, why not do time travel in fashion? Why we cannot incorporate, go back and forth? And I think that augmented reality is the prehistory of what we're going to really be able to do in the next years to come. And then eventually, I truly believe that the discussion of physical wearables versus virtual wearables is going to really transform. And eventually, all of that is going to come out of the screen. And the reason why is because here we go to a new wave of physical wearables. The same way the first ones were incorporated as smartwatches and other wearable devices to make our lives easier. I'm sure that we're ready for new gadgets like all those virtual reality gadgets. We're already incorporated, but mostly mixed reality and augmented reality glasses that are being researched by so many brands. You see Snapchat really going fast on that research and coming with some great ideas. Apple and Magic Lip has been talking about it for so long. These are Snapchat glasses that may be launched soon. And when that happens, when we really have a device that can merge these two layers, then we really will see the discussion of physical wearable and digital wearable to be just one. And I think that's going to incorporate a lot of those great ideas and bring to reality this last, the last instance in between the division virtual and physical is going to disappear. And that's a question that I made myself, like this is a return to the new cycle where we start again focusing and finding ways to mediate the ideas, the tech ideas that are stuck into the digital virtual world to the physical world. Maybe it is, and maybe we have those cycles every 20 years or every few decades that bring new tech to incorporate new ideas. And then we are in some sort of intangibility process at this point, but we will get there. We'll be fully mixed in a few years, I believe so. And to finish my talk, I just wanted to really bring that I think overall then this discussion brings very important topics that we slowly have to keep thinking, especially when we are talking about our bodies being connected to devices. So one of them is privacy. So how much we're ready and how much we want to take over the responsibility as people, as individuals, over those systems and those solutions. And I think that's why the blockchain and open source community is so key for the process we're going through. And the ownership of that data, right? We as users and at the same time creators, we should know how we're going to create those new devices and how they will be incorporated in our lives, the same way we're seeing the community taking over the fashion community in NFTs and the creators in the metaverse, which give us somehow autonomy to really make those decisions and create together, create collectively, and all experiences our ideas in great ways, making sure that we're not just creating things and giving information away, but we are aware of our responsibility in the metaverse and our responsibilities and companies' responsibilities when they create solutions for us. And then I think blockchain help us to really see that happening because it allows a more distributed system where we can feel things become more horizontal and democratic in that sense. And that definitely allows us to see beyond, see with the open source eyes and how we can do together the editing of reality in a more horizontal way in fashion. So that's my presentation. I hope I was able to provoke and enlighten a little bit of all of you, and I appreciate very much. Please feel free to contact me. And thank you very much, EXTHEREAL team, Krista and Alessia.
Giovanna, thank you so much. This was brilliant, and you managed to bring some kind of new aspects to our discussion that we have been doing here for a few days. First of all, some comments. I really enjoy that you included the images from Chanel fashion sets, because I mean, it still deserves to say out loud that, you know, fashion designers and brands, they in a way can compete in who makes the most spectacular fashion show. And in couture fashion, we see these very fancy sets, you know, with that manage to take you to a totally different new environment, be it a grocery store, Chanel, or airport, or it can be you want to go to the beach, you want to go to the Wonderland, or, you know, follow the white rabbit and just dive into the rabbit hole. And with virtual reality, you don't have a limitation to creating any kind of environment. And I think that's partly seen with our showroom, that, you know, it doesn't mirror the real world. But I think this is going to be such an enormous opportunity for brands to give this piece of world, you know, that answers their design philosophy. And yeah, and you being the event producer, or, you know, having this kind of experience, what do you think is going to happen? Is this really going to happen like this?
I think so. I think that the freedom of creation is that these platforms give to creators and designers is gonna give them the chance to create narratives the way they want to. And I think to immerse people and engage people, I think not just like telling a story in a fashion show or in a catwalk, but actually engage people to do certain tasks or collect items. I think it's gonna gamify somehow the experience of catwalk as well, but it's gonna allow them to really communicate the way they want, or as much as they can within the platform. I think so. It's gonna definitely change the creation process for better. It's gonna expand.
And then we also talked here previously with some of the speakers, you know, that there's this commercialized aspect, but how can we make it subtle? It doesn't have to be, you know, that you have to go and buy something in the metaverse. I think the brands have a lot of opportunity. I really enjoyed the slide you had with installations, art installations. And I think there's going to be more what we see in the future, this merging between art installation and a fashion experience. Would you agree?
I agree. I think that the idea of immersing or immersive caves, as we generally say in the arts, I think it's going to be very connected to fashion. And you don't have to purchase anything. I think it's not about purchasing or, oh, I have to go to a catwalk in the metaverse and buy an NFT. It's about experiencing and exploring.
But it's also about democratization, right? Because not many of us have an opportunity to go and get an invitation to a front row of a couture fashion week happening in Paris, whereas virtual reality is really good at simulating things. So you can actually have this type of simulation as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think it is more horizontal, and it's going to be more democratic as people adopt more the use of those virtual platforms.
And then another thing that you brought into the discussion that was very interesting about tech wearables, and we haven't actually talked very much about them during this conference in this kind of a traditional understanding, you know, that you would have like a garment that would have sensors or some kind of like intelligent garment or intelligent textile. We haven't been talking that much about that at all. But then when you moved on to AR glasses, so I started thinking about, I remember this, there was a technology trend published at Accenture Technology Vision. If I remember correctly, it was either 2017 or 18. There was a prediction that by 2030, we're gonna have surgeries to have AR lenses onto our eyes. Now I remembered it when you started talking about wearables. We can consider that a fashion wearable as well, because if you have different type of AR fashion projected into the lenses while you're wearing it, that could be, it sounds very futuristic, but do you think people would be actually brave enough to take AR surgeries?
I think so. I mean, I think that the cyborgization process is already on the go. We don't even realize that, right? The extension of our bodies is all over. So I think eventually it's going to happen. And I think that when that happens, even the understanding and the value of those NFTs or great pieces that we buy in the metaverse, they will increase because we will be able to merge their value in the virtual space and their value in the physical life. So it's going to be very interesting. I think mixed reality really provokes me. And with fashion, I think it's going to be fabulous. So I'm positive about it, but people could be this topic. That's why I said we need to be careful about who is doing those devices, who is tracking our eyes. It's important to make sure we can turn off those devices when we want to.
Yes, exactly. Privacy is really important here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Giovanna, I don't think that invasive wearables will be very popular in the near future. People have very high threshold that having something puts under their skin. But to get back to the slide where you have these tangible, intangible wearables, I don't know if it's my sleep deprived brain, but I already got inspirations that why can't you combine both? Like I'm having the Oura ring you had in the presentation as well. So if I get a permission, thinking about the privacy issue, but if I give my permission that I can give, for example, my heart pulse and express that heart pulse in the virtual reality or in the metaverse, like it's bringing something to the digital clothes or wearables what I'm wearing on. So it kind of my physical body is giving feedback to the virtual expression on my identity on metaverse. Does this sound silly?
Yeah, and I think that's very accurate. I think that probably the first step we'll see is we capturing somehow our body presence in the physical realm and send this information to the metaverse. I think that's definitely is going to be the first step, and it's going to eventually happen, and will be more easily accepted than invasive technology in our bodies.
I think that you just designed a concept for the next demo at the next EXTHEREAL event, where we would have biometrics and different emerging technologies, immersive biometrics, maybe AI or some kind of visualization. Let's try to do that one.
Yeah, maybe have some sleep. Crazy ideas start popping up.
That's amazing.
Giovanna, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to talk to you again, and then we'll talk soon. You, like said earlier, you provided totally different dimensions or angles to look at this thing. So, kind of a reminder to all of the audience listening there that there's still kind of like a hardware dependency. Are you talking about digital fashion with AR, with augmented reality, or are you talking about some kind of a virtual experience in virtual reality? The use cases are a little bit different, and it's a matter of speculation which one is going to take off more. Is it so that AR on the street's going to skyrocket with different kind of augmented content when you see actually the real world, or would people prefer going into virtual simulations? So I think the time will tell.
Yeah, I think so too. We have to still observe the acceptance of both, and if there will not be an immediate, like in the middle, merge both. So I think we have to observe the next few years to come what is going to become the most popular, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Giovanna.
much.
Have a nice time in Miami.
Thank you. I'm ready to go. See? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And next, we wanted to bring some academic angle also to EXTHEREAL Conference. We are going to have Annamari Vänskä next as our last keynote speaker of the day. Annamari is a professor of fashion research from Aalto University, curator of Design Museum's upcoming exhibition Intimacy. And if you are visiting Helsinki, please go to see that exhibition Intimacy in the Design Museum. It's going to give you food for thought and maybe even touch you at the emotional level like I did. Dr. Annamari Vänskä is adjunct professor of fashion research at the Department of Design. She's the deputy PI, principal investigator of research project Intimacy in data-driven culture, and PI of the research project Intimacy, work and design funded by the Strategic Research Council of the Academy of Finland. Annamari Vänskä's research focuses on fashion and visual culture, particularly on fashion media, fashion advertising, and fashion curating from the perspective of gender studies, queer theory, and post-humanism. How cool is that? She has 2 titles of docent, and her topic is Was Fashion Always Virtual? Please go ahead.
Okay, hi. Thanks for the really nice introduction. So I don't really need to say who I am. So I'm Annamari and from the Aalto University, and talking today around the question, was fashion always already virtual? I think I was also invited here as on the basis of the exhibition just mentioned called Intimacy at the Design Museum in Helsinki. A few words about the exhibition. So it is one of the outcomes of the research project that was also mentioned, intimacy, work and design, which I currently lead, and it is co-curated with my research team members, postdoctoral Jenni Hokka and PhD researcher Natalia Särmäkari. The exhibition itself features 40 designers and companies, Finnish ones, and the focus is on of the show is on politicization and digitalization of fashion. And my examples today are ones that relate to the theme digitalization of fashion. In the future, we will only wear virtual clothes. This provocative statement is from Kerry Murphy, one of the presenters of this conference and the CEO of the digital-only fashion house, The Fabricant, as well one of the participants in the Intimacy exhibition. This provocation encapsulates the recent technological advancements that are shaping fashion. Digitalization, in which digital technologies such as computing tools, cyber physical spaces, or wearable technologies are used to make fashion virtual. The digital transformation has impacted all aspects of fashion. It has changed fashion communication, fashion marketing, and commerce through the adaptation of digital tools, and it has also impacted fashion design and its production, like we see here with Fabricant, and here on this slide with Gucci, who launched the virtual-only sneakers and app earlier this year, as well as another Italian fashion house, Dolce & Gabbana, who released both a physical and a virtual NFT collection of 6 outfits earlier this autumn, and also auctioned them, as we can see from the slide, for $6 million, a staggering number. The examples evidence that we live the so-called 4th industrial revolution, the so-called Industry 4.0, which strongly affects how fashion is designed, produced, mediated, consumed, and eventually understood. So even though it might seem that fashion is virtualizing with these latest technologies that we have now, this is certainly not the case. Fashion has always changed with technology. The first industrial revolution advanced clothing manufacturing by introducing water and steam power. The second accelerated production with the invention of electricity, and the third impacted the use of information technologies and lens-based technologies such as the camera, transforming fashion into images. Since the 1960s, scholars and artists and critics such as Guy Debord or Jean Baudrillard have argued that there is no uncoded and unmediated reality outside the visually mediated one. We live in the world of simulations, and this was an argument made already decades ago. At the turn of the millennium, it was also proposed that contemporary culture has undergone a profound paradigmatic shift, that of visual turn. What this means is that we have moved from a culture where text proliferates to a world where the image does. Visualization, of course, certainly applies to fashion. Fashion is a powerful tool of visual communication, as we can see from this slide, which represents a garment image constellation by the designer Emilia Kuurila and photographer Sofia Okkonen. The garment is not enough anymore. It needs the image to become fashion. And to come into contact with fashion, one doesn't need to come to contact with clothes. One merely needs to dive into the digital world of the internet and social media, which are practically built on viewing, browsing, skimming, and surfing images and of fashion. Consequently, visualization and digitalization have contributed yet to another paradigmatic shift of fashion, that of mediatization. Mediatization is part of the proliferation of digital media. It describes a process by which activities of various social spheres come to be conducted under the influence of the media, with the media, through the media, or by the logic of the media. Mediatization thus refers to the transformative power of media, that media produces the very thing that it mediates. Mediatization of fashion means that fashion is not only disseminated through those different media, but that these media shape the production, perception, and understanding of what fashion is, how and where it appears, or how it is designed. The latter point is approached humorously here on this slide by the young Finnish designer Autuas Ukkonen, whose collection Posh Lost you see here. It is an investigation of the creation of identities on social media, but also how this platform itself affects the design process. As the designer sees it, the camera through which we are present on platforms, I am here present with you through a platform, how it frames the body, often showing only the face and the upper body. Here you can see the example. The question is, what needs to be designed? How much does one need to design? According to Ukkonen, only the upper body, and not only those parts of the garment that can be seen on a photograph. And this is very humorously represented on this jacket, the lower part of which is green. So he's only worked on the upper part. And last, but not least, I'm going to talk a little bit about yet another concept, and an era that we've entered. I think the previous keynote also talked about this, that of datification and datification of fashion, which some researchers call deep mediatization, sort of a next step of mediatization. Datification is a technological trend which transforms our everyday life into quantifiable and measurable data, which can subsequently be transferred into very valuable information that can be then sold, for example. It's the new gold. Datification means that we become data. This is a theme that is critically approached by the designer Aapo Nikkanen, whose installation, part of it you can see on the right hand corner, upper hand corner on the slide. The installation is called My Instagram Persona, and it explores how social media shapes the dynamics between public and the private. For the work, Nikkanen went through the data that Instagram has gathered about him and saved about him, and discovered a consumer persona made up of hundreds of different classifications. He turned this list into this installation that we see here before us, which visualizes the profile that Instagram's artificial intelligence had created of the designer. So the installation is thus a portrait, self-portrait of sorts created by the algorithm. The work shows quite powerfully how datafication relies on collecting, processing, and quantifying vast amounts of data about us in exchange of assumedly free use of technological devices and applications. This seemingly innocent act, using an application, thus creates a data shadow about us, a persona that is virtual but can have very real effects on us in the form of discrimination, for example. Sometimes, however, we do know more about the data that is used about us. Such is the case with two other companies you see on the slide, Oura and Suunto. They both produce wearable technology, Oura rings. I heard talk about them in the previous talk, and Suunto produces sport watches. These are devices that gather information, the private and bodily information of the user, and also visualize it for the wearers use to track their own sleeping habits, heart rate, pulse, sleep, vitality, performance, and so forth. What's interesting about datafication of fashion is that it brings the body back, but in a transformed way. While digital fashion, with which we sort of started this talk, the human body virtualizes in it, but here in datafication and in wearable technology, the fleshy human body makes a comeback when devices start measuring the intimate internal information of the body. But it also virtualizes the body back again when the information is shared and compared with others through these applications that are attached to the devices. These examples do indeed indicate that fashion has virtualized. It is deeply shaped and transformed by technological developments. But the question still remains, was fashion always already virtual? To answer this question, we need to look beyond the applications into the concept of fashion itself. Although we might argue that fashion is always connected to bodies and clothes, the modern understanding of fashion actually accentuates it as a concept and as a phenomenon that is intangible, abstract, and intellectual. The late 19th century French critic and writer Charles Baudelaire put it concisely: fashion is change, meaning that it is something that is always on the move, fleeting, impossible to get hold of. In contrast to clothing, which are stable and tangible, fashion is unstable and intangible, virtual. Another French critic, Roland Barthes, has sort of continued this stream of thoughts. According to him, fashion is an abstract structure, a system, which has the power to transform ordinary clothes into fashion. So to conclude, our understanding of fashion highlights that it is a concept disconnected from materiality. In this sense, fashion, as we understand it even today, is always already virtual, encompassing a network of actors, human and non-human, which create and mediate the myth of fashion, as Barthes put it. Fashion can inhabit intellectual texts. It can inhabit museums, as the Intimacy exhibition at the Design Museum shows, but it can also inhabit the image, in the internet and social media. It is this very ambiguity, the virtuality, that makes fashion fascinating. It is something that can be virtually anything, a phenomenon that is always in a state of becoming, yet playing an important role in shaping our social and cultural lives, ways of thinking, ways of seeing and understanding the human and the world here and now. Yet, fashion is always already virtual. Never finished, never done, always changing and taking on new forms with us. Thank you. Here are some of the literature and final slide.
Thank you, Annamari. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That is an ever-changing process, and I don't know where we even get started, because we can go back to the history on so long time. But tell me a little bit about exhibition. What was the first thing you had in mind when you started to build this exhibition?
Well, initially this was sort of the process for the exhibition started 2 years ago. 2019. So 1 year before the pandemic, and it was supposed to be on display already 1 year ago. Now at the moment, so 1 year ago now, and it was a little bit different approach that I had with that exhibition first. So it was more about displaying contemporary Finnish fashion, new and upcoming designers. But then in the process of curating that, the pandemic hit, and then I also got this research project. So it slightly changed during the process, and the digitalization of fashion sort of became a natural part of the process. So it sort of started with these very tangible garments and clothes, but then it transformed into encompassing a much wider array of different things, ranging from virtual only clothes to these wearable or fashionable technology and those devices, and then also clothes. Yeah.
When do you think that there is going to be a time that Design Museum is going to have a digital twin, so you can decide, because now if you want to see your exhibition, you have to actually be in Helsinki and go there, but do you think there is going to be a time that there is going to be a digital twin of the museum and people can put the headset on and go there?
Oh yes, well that's a reality already. That's a reality in MOMU, Modern Museum in Antwerp, in Belgium. So if you would like to go and see their exhibitions, you can already do that. I'm really hoping that Finland can also have that kind of a virtual museum attached to the physical one. At the moment, I think Design Museum they are hosting these virtual tours, and we've given also those throughout the exhibition, and I'm going to give one, I think it was in January, sometime in January, so I'm going to take a virtual tour with the viewers to see the exhibition, and we've done 2 already. So yeah, they are sort of trying to move that direction, but of course it's a question of resources in many cases.
Yeah.
So,
and you want to make yeah.
So you actually need bodies to do it.
Yeah, and even in the virtual world, it's kind of you don't want to go alone in a virtual museum. It's kind of sad experience. You want to take somebody with you, so it has to be like multiplayer, if I may borrow the term from gaming culture, multiplayer experience that you go, because it's about. Well, when I visited the exhibition, your exhibition, I started to have so many thoughts in my head, and if I didn't have anyone to share those thoughts, the museum experience is not going to be that good. But it has to be like multiplayer experience in the virtual reality or 3D.
Yeah, exactly. It should be a social event. Going to exhibitions is obviously a social event. It's nicer, as you say, go and discuss what you see. Yes, I agree.
Okay, we are going to have a short break. The next one, we are going to have a panel here at Helsinki, so real people, live people, and we are going to discuss with the designers about the production of the virtual fashion show. We are going to broadcast at 7 5 p.m., mixing with the time zones now, 5 p.m. local Finnish time. So a little break. I have got a lot of feedback about that we didn't include breaks in our program, but now you have a chance to have a small break before we are going to start the panel discussion. But thank you, Annamari Vänskä, so much. I'm so happy that you joined EXTHEREAL, and have a best of the day. And please stay and watch our fashion show too.
Okay, thanks. I will. Is it the same link, by the way? Another one.
Well, you can follow that through the. I'm not sure how the link with your works, but at least on our website, it's possible.
Got it. Will do.
So thank you again, and bye.
We wanted to create an event that combines art, fashion and technology into one. So we arranged a catwalk, a fashion show of exquisite couture evening gowns in our innovation hub, and we hosted a virtual reality exhibition of fashion illustration. Having worked in few projects relating to virtual reality, I'm super enthusiastic and excited about it. So I wanted to learn how to paint in virtual reality so I can do my fashion illustrations in it. It proved to be one of the most inspiring and interesting, fun things to do that I've tried recently. It's like creating sculptures in the air with your movements. This is about creating an immersive experience for couture fashion. Couture fashion is something very distant from the ordinary everyday life, and we don't often get to see beautiful gowns like this. But virtual reality technology can bring immersive and special magical experiences like this to wider audiences to enjoy.
Kun lähdin kokoamaan pukuja tähän collectioniin, niin halusin luoda sellaisia asuja, jotka sopivat tietynlaisen atmosfäärin sisälle, mutta jotka kuitenkin tuovat erilaisia elementtejä kokonaisuuteen. Punaisena lankana tässä on ollut tietysti luxury, mutta myös vahva naisellisuus yhdistettynä herkkyyteen, joka taas näkyy materiaalien valinnassa. Täällä on ollut paljon tylliä, upeita pitsejä, helmikirjailuja, silkkiä ja toisaalta värimaailmassa, joka on melkoisen hempeä ja herkkä. Mutta kuitenkin täytyy sanoa, että nämä ovat vahvan naisen pukuja, joissa näkyy ripaus menneen maailman glamouria. Pukusuunnittelun pohjana on inspiraatio, joka voi lähteä mistä hyvänsä. Se voi tulla taiteesta, luonnosta, tai se voi olla joku tietty mielentila, tai tietenkin asiakas itse. Ja usein prosessi lähtee joko idean kautta, milloin siihen lähdetään etsimään täydellistä kangasta, tai sitten sitä kautta, että on olemassa materiaali, joka lähtee viemään inspiraatiota tiettyyn suuntaan. Tänä massamuodin aikana couture-muoti tarjoaa jotain täysin toisenlaista. Jotain sellaista, jonka keskiössä on aidosti laadukkuus ja yksilöllisyys, eikä niin, että ne ovat vain sanoja, joita on helppo heitellä ilmaan. Kaiken pohjana on siis parhaat materiaalit ja se, että lähdetään löytämään asiakkaan persoona ja hänen toiveensa pukuun, ja myöskin, että puku istuu täydellisesti. Itselleni suunnittelijana on aina ensiarvoisen tärkeää, että puku on mahdollisimman monikäyttöinen, mikä myös tukee kestävän kehityksen ajatusta. Tämä saadaan aikaan sillä, että lähes kaikki pukuni ovat tehty irrallisista osista, joita asiakas voi sitten jatkossa hyödyntää monenmoisina kombinaatioina. Couture-puvut ovatkin aarteita, joita ei todellakaan heitetä pois missään vaiheessa, vaan ne palvelevat pitkään aikaa sekä upean kestävän designinsa, mutta myös loistavan työnjäljen vuoksi. Tämä yhteistyöprojekti sekä Olesian että Accenturen kanssa on ollut itsellenikin todella inspiroiva kokemus. Ei ainoastaan, koska se on ollut poikkitaiteellinen, mutta myös koska teknologia on tuonut siihen oman osansa. Ja on aina inspiroivaa olla tekemisissä oman alansa huippujen kanssa.
This project is innovation in its true form. created by a cross-functional team of experts. Exactly what the Liquid Studio concept is about. We wanted to create an event that combines art, fashion and technology into one. So we arranged a catwalk, a fashion show of exquisite couture evening gowns in our innovation hub, and we hosted a virtual reality exhibition of fashion illustration. Having worked in few projects relating to virtual reality, I'm super enthusiastic and excited about it. So I wanted to learn how to paint in virtual reality so I can do my fashion illustrations in it. It proved to be one of the most inspiring and interesting, fun things to do that I've tried recently. It's like creating sculptures in the air with your movements. This is about creating an immersive experience for couture fashion. Couture fashion is something very distant from the ordinary everyday life, and we don't often get to see beautiful gowns like this. But virtual reality technology can bring immersive and special magical experiences like this to wider audiences to enjoy.
Kun lähdin kokoamaan pukuja tähän collectioniin, niin halusin luoda
videos, and we needed to prep the studio for the next panel, or this isn't actually a very official panel. This is a fireside chat with some of the designers whose designs you're going to see later in our virtual fashion show. So we would like to invite or welcome to this studio designers Mert Otsamo and Sanna and Bruno from Lumi Accessories. Let's start off with the first question. We have audiences that is very international, so probably they may not be very yet acknowledged or acquainted with your brands. Mert, what do you like to design?
It's a big question. My design philosophy is probably, I've always been very interested and fascinated about creating concepts and how to construct and create a garment. Something between storytelling and couture, but something still, it's very wearable in a way. I wanted to understand how to construct a garment or tailor a suit or making an evening gown, so I can like design better, or I can be less painful for the tailoring team. So I wanted to go very deep in the techniques. But what actually have became during the COVID pandemic, I went back to creating these conceptual collections where I take the inspiration, I go very deep in the visual side and storytelling, and put lots of effort into like bringing that inspiration into life and the pictures.
Can we have some slides to show to the audience? There you go. Finally, we have them on the screen. So these are some print screens from Mert's website, and you can see his design style. Just to confirm, do you design women's wear and menswear, or only women's wear?
Well, let's say I like to mix with the gender. I don't consider myself just women's wear designer, but let's say it's mostly women's wear. But I've been thinking of designing a men's collection, like let's say women's collection for men. So mixing genders, gender fluidity is the next thing that I'm very passionate about.
Got it, thank you. And next, let's introduce properly visually our other speakers. So if we can have their slides on the screen as well. Lumi Accessories. Bruno and Sanna, welcome to our studio as well. We're super excited that you have joined the fashion show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please tell us or tell the audience about your brand.
Well, we design accessories, whether that be handbags or other accessories or just wearable fashion and lifestyle. And our designs are quite minimal and suited for the Nordic look. Very sustainable. We do most of our designs in like vegetable tanned leather and also out of recycled origin materials. And they are made to last in time, to be very functional and unique.
Yeah. Where do you get inspiration?
From every day.
Every day.
And from the Finnish lifestyle. That's why the brand is called Lumi, meaning snow in Finnish.
Okay, so we have another Finnish language lesson for our audiences here. Lumi means snow in Finnish. Our question is that now that you know everybody was challenged with unprecedented events of the past 1.5 years, and there's obviously less people going outside, going to work, going shopping. What kind of digital presence is important to you, and how has it evolved over this period of time? Who would like to answer?
Well, I can go for that. Basically, the fashion has been like a massive transformation following the pandemic. We had to face basically pretty much the cancellation of like the retail business per se. So that has been transformed into an online form that has been definitely increasing by 6 or 7 folds on our digital assets. It's been a transformation, and I think it's just the beginning.
Have you already tried any XR solutions to complement your digital strategy, or in which phase are you? Are you still looking for options or designing the strategy?
We do have actually in the tube like a gorgeous retail digital concept that is blending, I would say, physical and digital. The idea here is to use XR, extended reality, in order to bring more content knowledge and to the consumer being the exact center that we want to reach, in order to bring them more insight of what we do as a designer brand versus like a more mass market product. and tell the story. Digital fashion has like this power now, like being able to explain, to get into an immersive universe of what is Mert and our brand, all designer brands that we're basically expressing your talent. Well.
Yeah. Mert, you have had over your career very impressive fashion shows, and you are kind of like a treat visually with your designs and the show you can put together. It's probably have been hard over the past while that there isn't an opportunity to create a show and invite lots of people or have a showroom. What do you think about virtual fashion shows?
Well, I actually had this idea already many years back, let's say 6 years ago. I already wanted to create a digital fashion show, and I wanted to create actually part of the garments digitally, but I didn't find a good team around me, so I kind of went like the old ways. So we created embroideries more like let's say handmade and not 3D printed, and then the graphics we created not so three-dimensional how we wanted. But actually now, because of COVID and everything, and then this opportunity came, it was already basically behind my head that I wanted to blend reality and like digital reality. So I find it's something that is coming, or actually it is already very present at the moment, and how either we want it or not, it's gonna be the future in somehow in marketing or in visual effects, or like many places that we cannot even imagine. And that's why I was very passionate about like these things that are coming up and coming, and how I can like take them part of the work and kind of evolve with them.
Have you participated in virtual fashion shows before? Or what was the most virtual kind of a type of a show that you've done?
We have not participated in virtual fashion shows before this per se,
Yeah.
but obviously, as Bruno already mentioned, we've been working on making the customer experience seamless, meaning virtual, online, even brick and mortar speak together seamlessly.
Over the past 2 days, we've been talking a lot also about 3D garments and just purely, digital garments that you don't have a physical, for example, item at all, but something that you can take to the metaverse or, use it in your social media. What do you as designers think about this? Because you work with physical products and you dedicate time to quality, to craft, to the process. You want to see end product on people. What kind of what is your attitude towards digital things that don't exist in the world?
It's opening, like I said, it's opening a market that is like incredibly potentially like massive. It's just a matter of like, for example, DTA, direct to avatar, is something that now fashion needs to embrace entirely. And this is what we should, as a designer, on board directly right now, in order that we are the front runner of that. I would say it's not a trend; it's a business. It's the future of fashion. And here, if we don't know how to take the risk and go towards that, this is for us our next stream of revenues. That's our next business. So we need to basically explore that, go and do not be afraid of it. Fearless is the key, to my opinion.
Mert, what about you? What do you think?
Of course, I love the feeling of the material, but I also see it as an opportunity, because there you can create something that in the physical world you cannot. So I see that as a more like an opportunity than a risk, or like as a new area that you can explore. So yeah, I find it very fascinating, but I don't have that much more to say about it, because I haven't really experienced it yet, but I find it very fascinating.
I think if I can add on that, on the top of what Annamari Vänskä just said, that this is an evolving, ever-ending evolving process, and we keep on learning, we keep on adapting. So that's kind of what is happening.
Also, when we were researching kind of like what types of projects there are and who is doing what, but then looking into, you know, target audience, for example, for this conference, there's somewhat a little bit of a distinction, you know, for example, an established fashion designer or retail brand that might think, where do I start? What kind of metaverse strategy should I take? Whereas there's people, you know, who were speaking, for example, today we had several keynotes that are fashion designers, but they decided to entirely kind of move away from physical product and design something digitally. Or then we have, you know, a newer generation, like was emphasized in a few keynotes, of students who are directly thinking about going into 3D garments and not having producing any kind of physical product at all. And apparently in UK, in some of the universities, there's already availability of master's degree programs that fashion design, but only digital ones, so they don't even get to practice to do physical things, and they're not planning to make collections. So it's really interesting.
You have to be like very open-minded. This is what fashion is about, so to take risk. We are basically testing. It's okay to take risk and even to fail. It's a new market. There's something that we don't know, so it's totally fine to go anyways. No physical, it's okay too. But we are part of that too. We love material. But I believe that there is like someone would basically could enjoy like a beautiful, let's say, leather piece, whatever, if it's a top or a handbag, and yet like appreciate the type of like immersive technology that you could have by choosing the color, the material, the grain, the softness, and so on, digitally. Yes, you are receiving your piece as you exactly want it. You don't have to do a sample, you don't have to show a prototype, you don't have to go through that development. It's extremely time-consuming and costly and unsustainable. But having like a custom-made piece, for example, is gorgeous, and that is also something that is like fashion is known for.
Yeah, I agree. Like something about risk-taking, and it's part of fashion. You need to go to places where you haven't been before. Fashion is constantly evolving and shaping into something new. So I think this time is, especially now, is very interesting to see where it's going. And definitely, like as a designer, I've been sourcing materials from online, and it's been very, very hard until now. I think there has been now more platform that presents example like garments or materials digitally, or they like take a film, or they create 3D experience how you can see, almost feel the material through digital content. So I think that's something that have been coming very helpful, and I think will come very helpful with the customer and with example who's working in the fashion, like creating garments or accessories or working with the industry anyhow. So I think it's very fascinating how technology has become part of that.
One thing what we have been talking about during these 3 days is that how different kind of brands and even companies have started to co-work together, even sometimes competitors. How do you see that happening, and what's your opinion on that?
I think doing collaborations and partnerships is very good for everybody. I think there's no question about it. There's no space to make any competition. It's always a win-win solution. And I think if we look at the younger population right now, to add on what Mert and Bruno were saying, I think the digital fashion is very much almost already there. If you look at the channels on TikTok and other social media, I think the younger population is totally already using this.
Yeah.
But you had a collaboration with Microsoft, right?
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
That company is actually extremely progressive and interesting to work with, because they have not only the understanding of what is the future for their business, of course, it's massive, but they know how to find trends how to find the click that makes them different, for example, and the fact of like taking risk and going towards something that is unknown, giving a try. Maybe it will work, maybe it's not going to stick on the wall, but at least you know that, for example, using recycled material or thinking of a regenerative concept is something that is like a large company like Microsoft still understand, and it's key because you know for us designer brands, small brand, we do need help or support of like such players. You know what I mean? And the exposure that is creating, it's a win-win situation too.
Exactly. In general, there has been in the fashion industry very interesting or surprising collaborations and cross-innovation, and the actors can be very, very different, like in this case as well. You know, it's not probably maybe for many people the first thing that would come up that you would, you know, partner with Microsoft for some kind of a collaboration. Mert, have you done any kind of collaborations, or are you planning to?
Well, I actually also made a collaboration with Microsoft 2018.
Okay.
And from that collection, I was more and more interested of like creating more digital content and like growing digitally, because before that I was always drawing everything by hand and doing everything by hand, and from that moment I kind of break that cycle and started creating something new waves of creating. And I think this is also one milestone where we are creating something new waves of working. But yeah, always I'm very always up for like collaboration. I always support people, young people, like bigger companies collaborating, because that's something that creates something new. For younger designers, they don't have possibly the capacity to create something bigger, and maybe bigger companies, they are, I don't want this to sound negative, but maybe like they are very in the structure, so when there is like a younger spirit, maybe shaking things a little bit up can be very fresh. Okay. And I think it's very important for these generations or like these structures to meet up to create something unexceptional. And yeah, that's my idea of like collaborations.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm thinking about it's soon 5 o'clock. My mind is already in the fashion movie, and I would love to hear that your inspiration. We are not going to tell what they are going to see, but can you tell like what's the idea behind of the collections that what our audience is about to see?
You want to go with that?
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this collection that I'm gonna present in this fashion movie, it's a mixture of two collections from Neogenesis. That was my collection that I was released during the pandemic, and then the few new looks from my upcoming collection. And so the collection name is Neo Garden. Where something new and something old come together, and then with this new collection, I'm very inspired of how technology have become part of biological evolution. And the previous collection, Neogenesis, was inspired from something creating. Like when God creates something new, or when cells recreate themselves. So it was for me, I break my formation and like created a new shape for my brand. So it is a mixture, let's say in between collection for the next one.
Yeah. It's really hard to keep silence and not to reveal anything when something to come, but thank you. This describes really good what it's coming from. What about you? What are you going to be presenting in the fashion show?
We're going to present the best pieces of Lumi, and it's going to take place by the White Church of Helsinki, Senate Square, where we are based. Lumi is also about white and about the spectrum of colors. And Also very important, we're presenting our materials. We're presenting sustainable recycled materials and leather, and also inspiration comes from the urban lifestyle, but also about going forward, and that's why the styling evolves from sport to fashion.
Exactly. So I think you actually spilled the beans and at least told something about the environment.
A little bit. It's good to tease, but I think the fashion show is gonna anyway. There's lots of things that you cannot expect. So before you see it, so I don't think we spilled too much.
But let's talk about the process. I mean, you've already mentioned about one environment that we're going to have.
Maybe.
So yeah, maybe to the audience joining in online, what they have to kind of know or understand about this fashion show is what the innovation here actually was, is how we did it. So we had real models, we had real garments, fashion garments, but all of the shooting was happening in front of a green screen. And in post-production, we were able to situate then all of the fashion models and the clothes into virtual Finland environments. So we wanted to showcase the best of Finnish nature and why you should come to Finland and visit it, but also kind of juxtapose Finnish fashion design and Finnish nature in one. And the models that were shot in the studio, they actually had to stand on this kind of a podium or pedestal, and they were spinning in 360 degrees. So we have a perfectly scanned imagery, and afterwards in post-production, that was situated into virtual environment. Have you worked with this kind of productions before? Was that something you do constantly, or was this a new cool thing to try out?
I've done it a few times before, not exactly this way that we scan the models, but I've been working I think 2 times now with the green screen. Once actually blue screen and one time with the green screen production, but there have been like music video productions where my garments have been, and then the actor or the singer moves a lot, but this was the first time like digital fashion show with the models and scanning, or let's say this way.
Cool. What about you?
No, that was actually the first time. We experienced and tried different way of using video and ways of like getting imagery or like telling a story in a different way with different tools that we have, but never with a green screen.
Was there any, like when we were on site, did you think of any challenges? Like what were the kind of things like, now I have to fix that, or now this is this type of a process? Was there anything you remember from the shooting day? Because it was super hectic.
Yes, it was.
I have to say, I think it was pretty organized, because compared to regular fashion shoots, I think it was quite smooth process.
Well, that's good.
And we come outside the industry.
Fashion is drama. So
yes. Okay, but if we talk about fashion industry in general, do you think this is going to be your personal opinion, but do you think fashion industry is innovative enough? I was researching a little bit a little while ago about virtual fashion shows, and honestly the first virtual show, so to say, or the first digital show, that was already done in the 90s. I think it was Helmut Lang that did the first fashion show that he just recorded, the catwalk. He didn't invite journalists, he didn't invite first row or anybody audience, and back in the day they had CD-ROMs. So they were sending it by post to people, and there was 2 types of feedback. Either that, whoa, you're doing something innovative, or the second option was, no, I want to have this vibe. I want to feel, the buzz about the fashion show, and this is not gonna work. And this is how it kind of stayed, the fashion weeks, the fashion shows, people going to the first row, the audiences and celebrities. So there's this kind of like own bubble related to that. So there was no need to make the fashion shows virtual until 1.5 years ago. So this brings to this question, do you think fashion industry is innovative enough?
I think fashion is all about revisiting what has been seen before and throwing in little hints of something totally new. So,
I think fashion now we are on the verge of like something extremely big, to my opinion, where the newcomers, like the kids are like 18 to 25 years old, are redefining what is fashion, and mostly under the environmental values that they're supporting, most of them. That business is definitely known for being blacklisted when it comes to like CO2 emission, for example. And here, when we create like a more sustainable digital fashion, that's actually a really, really good answer for going against the heavy pollution toll that fashion has now. So it is like a very strong transformation, and I think we should embrace it. It has a huge potential to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think fashion is innovative because it's always inspired from something new, but as you said, like taking parts of something old. And as you know, like things are going, like 90s are coming back and 80s are coming back, but at the same time we are in the fashion very alert what's happening in the world. There's lots of people talking about, let's say, environment, or taking the digitality in part of their design. It really depends of I think the fashion house. Either you want to take surrounding like what's happening around you, like part of your designs or not. But I think this time it's like we cannot basically dodge it. It's happening or not, because the digital part is coming so strongly, and the younger generation, they're basically born with the technology. All of the younger people, they have born. I still remember when I was a kid, we didn't have like cell phones, or we just had a normal this kind of home call. And I think I'm the last generation of that, because after that all of the younger people started to have let's say 7 years later they start to have like these cell phones.
Yeah, in Finland it started at the age of 7.
So I think now those people who are already born with those cell phones are very good with computers, and those are like becoming very strong part of in everyday life. It's not just fashion. I think it's becoming like part of marketing, or like whatever happening around, because we understand at the same time we are like living in a time where we can get information faster than ever. So we have more knowledge of like what's happening surrounding us. So I think like fashion is also part of that. We are all the time like taking part of inspiration, what's happening, but we get it faster and faster and faster. And that's how we are, like how people can like stay. It's fascinating how people can stay in the wheel of like forever changing industry.
We have international audience online, right? So it's not only about reaching out, for example, locally people. Do you feel like immersive technologies, or maybe in general digitalization, what kind of like tricks or things you're looking into to reach, globally larger audiences?
For example, tourism. Unfortunately, we don't have tourism coming to the city right now. But
we have 1 minute left.
Oh.
Bruno, you have to be fast.
I'm really quick. Retail augmented reality is something for a concept that we're working on in order to reach more of a tourist and international crowd, and being able to pre-order and ship to people. So we are now looking for a partner to actually push that idea, push that retail concept that is very much emerging between digital and physical into retail.
Did you hear online? They are looking for a partner for XR. This sounds good.
Yes, we do.
But sorry, I had to cut a little bit your answer, because I'm getting information and we're getting a countdown that in 10 seconds it will be 5 o'clock and we need to show. Let's count.
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Finally! This is great. Now it's out of the bag. We have to thank all our sponsors, Accenture, Microsoft. We have to thank Zone for amazing production. We have to thank Joni from Live Tech for shooting the green screen studio. Then we had other partners like Finnish Textile and Fashion, Paul Hem, PR agency, Hill & Knowlton. Who else? Mikivi. We had Mikivi as well on board. And then, of course, amazing makeup team from Pro Academy and Yasmina Walters. And then thanks to our stylist, Ella. Thanks to all the models and paparazzi modeling agency. What else? Am I missing somebody?
Hairstylist.
Hairstylist. Yes, Christian and Inka, thank you so much. This was a very collaborative, innovative project to pull this off. And we were so lucky that Zone wanted to work with us, and we had all of those virtual environments. So as you saw, there was Lapland, there was Senaatintori. What's that in English?
Senat Square.
Yeah, Senat Square. And then we had beautiful lakes and the water side, and kind of wanted to capture the magic of Finnish nature and Finland and fashion design into one. What are your feelings now?
I think it was awesome, just beautiful.
It's a really good product that we it's a test. It's something that we are now like setting up a level that we just like, it's the base to do more, you know what I mean? And that has no limit right now. We can just like follow technology and embrace it, and I would say play with it.
Yeah, and because of the way we shot this, like we didn't have to arrange fashion shows everywhere or do many things, but you can do it so compactly in a studio and then situate it in any kind of virtual environment. And yeah, it helps out a lot. No traveling was involved in this process.
Yeah. For me, it was also like something new and something very exciting and completely different than a normal fashion show when the adrenaline and everything happened after the show or during the show, and now basically all the work have done a long time ago, and then everything happened in post-production, and now I was like seeing the video first time live, and now we can share and talk about it. So it's very different, a different vibe, but it's very like less stressing, let's say, for me.
But we were also thinking with our EXTHEREAL team strategically, fashion show is a moment in time, right? So you have a look at it, and it kind of like it said in the poem in the end, all the things come to an end. So at some point you have this, stop, and then you've seen it, and that's it. So that's why we wanted to have a continuation, because the amount of work that has been done for this is actually quite enormous. And then we wanted to think about what is the continuation? How can you take this further? How can you reuse this material? Because in a way it felt, this much work, this much post-production, you've seen the show, and that's it. So we have also ideated an immersive website that you actually designers haven't even seen yet. So if we would like to get on screen the other visuals from the other video, we can get that up there. So you see here, it's the same Lapland environment, and it's a website, so you have all of the brands we have listed there. So it's Andiata, Kisukorsi, Lumi, Uhana, Suvi Hänninen, who else? Vestiarium, Mert Otsamo, and then Sofia Ilmonen. So all the 8 designers, and you're able to navigate and open up different world. And this is what we mean by immersive website. So you have a 360-degree view of navigating in each and different environment. And you see that what we explained earlier, that we shot models on podiums. On a podium, and they're completely scanned. So you can basically click up every single one and open and get the full 360 rotation view of the garment. And this way you get kind of like a spatial component that you can navigate between the different environments and between the different looks.
The website, name or URL.
Okay, what is it, Krista?
EXTHEREALity.com. So please go there. It's not EXTHEREAL.com, but it's EXTHEREALity.com. You will find it there.
Yeah, but you can also find it if you go to EXTHEREAL.com and click an icon where it says immersive website. So we wanted to give you an opportunity to investigate all of these garments up close. And you can see here, for example, Sofia Ilmonen outfit. She's not present in our studio, unfortunately. And on the top navigation, you are able to jump easily between different brands and different environments. So this is, for example, Suvi Hänninen, and she had totally different environment. We're looking at art exhibition and installations and fashion illustrations. So very kind of a different environment. And I think with these types of opportunities, you can have a setting. We already talked in previous keynotes today, having a setting for a fashion show, right? But with this kind of technology, you can create this 360-degree setting for a particular product or for a particular design philosophy and transmit the feeling you want much more. What do you think about this, designers?
Well, that opens up to like a different way of creating, I would say, and what to do with your creation. How do you communicate that out? How do you want to go? Maybe you could go extremely close up, even at the fiber level, or the material, and the fact to be able to tell the story into a context is key for us to differentiate it from another brand or another story that we do per season or even seasonless. No.
And then now we're looking at Suvi. Now we're going to Mert's environment. So you can see here there's Lapland and then the glass boxes. And you've also probably noticed that some of the models have white eye lenses or look like cyborgs. Mert, where did you get inspiration for that?
Well, from cyborgs. I'm very, as I mentioned before, I'm very inspired from how biological evolution have taken technology, part of it, and where it's going for, and a little bit playing with the idea that technology will become part of biological life, or maybe in future biological life will be supported by technology. Well, actually it is already in some areas. So this was the idea of like making these models like partly cyborgs, like cloned or
And the glass box, please explain the glass box as well.
Well, this was the idea of like cloning something, and it can be in taking inspiration from like if you want to make production or if you want to reproduce something, and how you can actually clone something. Is it or is it unique way of creating something? So the glass box is basically representing something natural and unnatural, basically. So I find it very fascinating how humans have created something like technology and something many people can see unnatural, but at the same time it's very natural.
Yeah.
So very this kind of two ends like meeting in between.
And now we can see Kisu courses visuals here. So this is also kind of have an element, you know, of computer game that you go online and you navigate around and you find different things and you explore. And this is pretty much it, the whole concept of the immersive site. It's up there running for your exploration, dear audience. And dear designers, you can also share it anywhere you want and utilize this site. So this is kind of what we prepared to you. Let's come back to the studio. I think this was a really good kind of a note to end our 3-day conference with a highlight of a fashion show. Everything that we have promised to you, we have delivered. The keynotes, the virtual showroom, the AR filter, the fashion show, the opinions and comments from established fashion designers, but also XR experts, digital creators. I think this brings us to kind of our closing words.
Yeah, all the good things come to an end, like the poem said.
So if we have, we still have a little bit time left. So basically, I think we would like to thank you, dear audience, for attending. We really hope you're also going to check out the recordings, or maybe you're already looking at this as a recording. Big thank you from the EXTHEREAL team. Thank you so much for wanting to collaborate with us for
taking the risk to work with the person who come outside the industry and try to disrupt a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, would you like to add something?
Well, on the first day I said fantastic. The second day I said mind-blowing. Superlative, superlative, superlative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you. And let's have the fashion show running on the screen for the audience again.